think that's it should be it up. Yo. I should have done it. The smarter player, probably, because I'm not doing these 9 as being like, oh, fuck's sake. Hello, Mamley. Yeah, I should probably do that. Or like stop the rest of these until I'm leveling Gunbreaker. Oh, to continue leveling Gunbreaker, rather. Today we are going to, well, for the first bit, it's going to be doing the Endwalker post-game dungeons and stuff. And just running those a lot to get tomestones, to get fancy gear, to be able to run the Endwalker raids. And Evan is here. We're going to be doing the shit together. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah. I'm Emily just started playing now, by the way. I don't have desktop audio unmuted. I'm going to scream. You'll have to give me a split second. Yes, I'm on Evan. Stop just luring crocodiles over with your face, you strange bullshit. Yeah, he's muted. Desktop audio was not unmuted. I knew I forgot something. Alright. Try saying something?
No.
There we go. Yeah, I only started beefy Marauder.
Ooh, that becomes warrior, which I am.
Warriors are extremely powerful. Like just before this, I was in a run of the final dungeon, and we had all died on like the middle boss with like 10% left, and the warrior just stood there and killed it by themselves.
They do that now.
They just do that now, it doesn't matter.
I mean, I did that before, but I killed, I feel like I said this.
Yeah.
The drowned Scalia, whatever. But I killed that from 60% as a warrior.
There was that time on Chris's Omega streams, you almost killed Midgar Stormer by yourself. You in the other tank.
Hey, warrior? When they introduced Gunbreaker, warrior was no longer the highest damage dealing tank. But it still is a berserker because it just eats the health.
It does. It refuses to die angrily.
Yes, and it consumes the health of others. And it just does whatever. I was worried. Nascent Flash. Well, it was Nascent Flash that did it. Let me elaborate. Warrior had 2 moves. One of them was called Raw Intuition, which you got at level 56. And it was a 6-second reduced damage taken by 10%. Which was...
It's like Warrior Sheltron or something.
Something like that. It's for Tank Buster. Also, I changed my Warrior Glamour. A little bit.
A little bit.
I realized that it was all black, and I was like, this is darker than Dark Knight. It's more black than my Dark Knight, so I was like, you know what? Warrior wouldn't be dark. Warrior would merely be colorful but desaturated, so now it's purple.
Yeah, that tracks. I see what you're going for. That makes sense.
And instead of black gauntlets, they're a dark brown.
Good shit. I have the dye unlocked on this gear, because the Reaper artifact gear just looks great by itself. Look at it.
Yes.
I've yet to decide on a scythe and color for it, but it'll do. It's raw intuition, you were saying.
Okay, raw intuition was a short tank buster reduction type thing you would use. It shared a recast timer with Nascent Flash, which was the better move. Now, when Shadowbringers came out, Nascent Flash had a limit. Because I've probably explained before, Nascent Flash was restore HP as damage you do for 6 seconds, and you can share it with someone else. You had to share it with someone else. You couldn't activate it without a party member target. So, this was kind of a bummer, and people were like, why would you use Raw Intuition when you could use Nascent Flash? Even if you... Well, actually, no. I got ahead of myself. So, in like 5.2, 5.3, they patched it so you could use Nascent Flash solo, or still do it with a party member.
Yeah.
And share the HP gain. And at that point, they're like, why would you use Raw Intuition if they share a recast timer? It's just Raw Intuition is 10% damage reduction for 6 seconds. Nascent Flash is consume the
consume. It's just consume.
Yes. It is all the damage you deal. I think it was 50%. I'm not, or it was 100%. I'm not certain. I remember. But basically, it was about just as good. You would just say, take the damage back in. They changed it with Endwalker. Nascent Flash is back to being party member required. Raw Intuition is 10% damage reduction and solo Nascent Flash. Which becomes Bloodwetting. And Bloodwetting is reduced damage taken by 10% for 8 seconds. And restore the HP. And it has Stem the Flow, which is an additional 10% damage reduction for 4 seconds. So that's what they meant when that's one of those skills that
the new
it's
ones,
stronger. It's stronger up front as a damage reduction. So it's 10% reduction for 8 seconds, 4%, 10% reduction added on for 4 seconds. 400 potency shield and healing is Bloodwetting. So that does a lot. There's a lot of things it does.
Extremely beefy.
That's why you turn into a rock.
Your fire orbs.
Meanwhile, once you get Bloodwetting, though, you get Enhanced Nascent Flash, which you still get the HP gain, but the party member you picked gets the 10% damage reduction for 10 seconds, additional 10% for 4 seconds up front, and the shield. So they actually get all those bonuses. So that's what you would use Nascent Flash for.
So they've made that the full party and light party versions, essentially.
Yes. That's not all, though, because Flip move.
One of your like 50 million gap closers now.
Flip move. And they made Orogeny, which, like I said, this shares a recast timer with the other move I mentioned, Upheaval, when we discussed that once. But it's the AoE version, so you throw it in when you have it in AoE combos. Because it's a free off global cooldown move with a 30-second recast.
Pretty quick these days too, considering like you can get that like several times then.
Yep. We got stuff to do though.
We do. You. I need to go unlock these dungeons still, but otherwise it should be good for them.
I will also say I did do the introduction to the raid, but I didn't go in because that's a hefty item level requirement.
Yeah, I admittedly I was silly of me to assume the artifact gear will be enough for the first tier, I suppose, considering they have existing tombstone gear and EX trial gear and all that.
Nah, this is real end game.
This is
You
real
gotta
shit,
get in
nah.
there. This is your first launch end game.
Healing items anomaly are useful in usually solo stuff, and when I say solo stuff, I mean like solo side stuff a lot, like anything where you need like Palace of the Dead, which is like the roguelike mode. Even stuff like Eureka and Bosnia, like extra potions can be helpful in like pinches, but they're mostly for like you are soloing and don't have someone to heal you, be it an NPC or a party member. Evan does have a dodo. Look at that little guy. But for the most part, you don't really need to hold on to like the majority of them. Like once you get like max potions, those are just kind of the best you can get ever. Let's see. I know one of these dungeons that has its quest in Charlayan. Is the other one's either going to be the final zone or also
Nope,
Charlayan?
both of them, Charlayan.
Oh, are they? Sick. Alright, let's go up and nosy.
And the raid.
Oh, the raid also starts in Charlayan.
Yep. So far, every endgame thing that they have is in Charlayan.
That's handy. I took a manly on ocean fishing. We had our ocean fishing raid. It was great. Oh, there's one right there.
Endwalker times.
Endwalker times.
I would like to say something.
Mm-hmm.
I think Radzathan is my favorite endgame city hub so far in the entire game.
Ooh. Any particular reason for it? Or is it just the vibe?
It's got a good vibe, but it's just like a nice place to be. I don't know.
Yeah, I can see that. It's a comfy. It actually feels like a place people live, unlike Yulmore.
Yes. I mean, let's go over them. Mordona is neat, and it's kind of like the base of everything. But it's just like a little stall, and then there's an actual overworld area in it, which they didn't realize was going to be a problem until Heavensward. Idleshire is cool. I would say Idleshire is the default of what a good endgame hub would be.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
It's like, it's not, I don't think it doesn't stand out too much, but it's like real good. Ralger's Reach is kind of not that great.
Ralger's Reach is too spread out.
It's too spread out, and kind of, it's just, if you got a nice waterfall and a couple buildings and with some tents and some buildings under the cliffs. That's about it. Yulmore looks fancy, and Yulmore is efficient. It is very efficient because it's a big circle where everything is.
Yeah.
Both in a good way and a bad way. It's just a circle. When was the last time you actually went downstairs in Yulmore, Gavin?
Never, basically. For like the near stuff, at the very end of the near stuff.
Yes. Now think about Radzatan. That place is bumping. It's got all sorts. It's kind of labyrinthine, but like in a good way. Like there's just a lot of places in there.
Yeah.
The market is close to the Aetheryte, very close, but also interesting because it's like those two halls, like those two bazaars.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this place is just good. I like it.
It's efficiency, but it also has like a pleasing atmosphere. Where are we? Oh, yeah.
What do you think your favorite endgame city would be?
I'm kind of boring. I'm like kind of leaning Idleshire. That night, just because it's the one, because it was the first one, it's kind of ended up the comfiest to me, so to speak. But I see what you mean. I haven't been to Radzatan enough because
You gotta settle into. You gotta settle into.
I gotta settle in basically. I haven't done very much there. You know, I haven't. Pretty much once I was done with the story, I kind of like set things down, and played like Sonic games straight for like 2 weeks.
That's entirely valid. It's Sonic time.
Sonic time, but you know, no, like I do know what you mean. Cause like Razzadan is a pleasant vibe. Again, it is the one that feels like an actual place where people might live. It feels like an actual city. It feels like an actual. Like even Charlene doesn't exactly feel like an actual city. So hello, I'm pretty sure I said hello Hammer, but hello Hammer, he has to go because it's weird. It's a bit late and all. Yep.
I like Charlene a lot as well, but it feels like the whole city is a government, not just the forum.
Has that? It feels like it's all. Doesn't really feel like a city, I guess. You're right. It feels like an entire government, a hall, a library, or a university, or something. Some formal place.
There is the side of the map that is actual houses, though, but they're mostly big mansions. Yeah. So they kind of blend. But I do like Charlene as well. It's a pretty good place.
Yeah. It is like you know. Having the wee cafe with like the actual food and all is pretty neat. So there hasn't been a lot of that either. Alright, how does Idleshire feed itself? Now we just kind of osmose vegetables and maybe goblin fumes.
I also like the part where you look at the early on in the game and you're in the library looking for stuff and it's like, this was the colony, but now it's Idleshire. Yeah. That was just neat.
Yeah. We have to go bust up a machine called the Big Cheese.
We do.
Smileton.
This one's the equivalent of the twinning.
Mm.
And it's because it's got a good music, but it's not the twinning good, but it's still like, I get you. I get this. This is nice. But it's not full banger.
Yeah.
It's just a pleasant, jaunty tune.
Fuck. Suppose that makes sense, because thinking about it, I think tanks are currently the rarest like type of role at the moment.
Exactly, because everyone's playing healer.
Yeah.
There was no... Whatever one there was no new one of, that gets a little bit of a boost. Also,
Yep.
as long as the Orchestrion... I'm pretty sure Dungeons... The Orchestrion roll Dungeons drop is just the dungeon music, in which case, I got this dungeon music on my first go.
Does it play in the house, or...?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
It can.
Alright, let's see. Just a giant haunting face in the distance. Didn't even realize those big strange moon cactus were beating up. I suppose it does actually, yeah. But I didn't realize, actually I forgot, I guess. Your mother smells like cabbage. Armor request at level 20 goes the audacity. Yeah, it's, at some point you're kinda pressed to go, really. I think Fisher is probably still mostly around Limsa for now, but you will, like, pretty soon, like, at least especially when you get into, I know the 30s for sure, you start having to go all other places. In part because that's where you get your first different form of fishing.
So Bloodwetting is basically like an actual invincibility move for 8 seconds if you're in a big pull like that.
You just have so much shit you can hit, you just drink all of it.
Yes, it's based on landing weapon skill.
Okay.
So the more enemies I hit, the more hits it registers, so the more heals it pops. So here's a move I don't really know what it does. I don't think I figured out this mechanic too well yet. I think maybe you just have to alternate.
I guess.
Because it's a debuff. Look at this side. Nope.
Oh, I see what you mean now, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess it is. You just have to alternate, because I don't really know. I love that that's called Off My Lawn. Got 2 blue. Do I have to get hit by red, or...?
Think so.
Okay. Upside down. Now they're gonna flip them.
I'm gonna try getting hit by red, see if that works. Oh, wait, push up.
Okay, yeah, you do have to get hit. That's interesting. Yep. Mixed feelings and an instant killed me. What was that about? I'd say instant killed. It was like all 9s. Alright, our other one's a red mage. Excellent. Okay, you can just stand in the row between the actual AoEs. I guess that was my mistake. I was standing in the AoE last time. Yeah, okay. Now it slowly comes together. That's an odd one, that one. The giant head perishes. I am absolutely cursed by all of these fucking accessories. I can't fucking get any meme slay one that's all casting or aiming or...
I need a bending ring to complete my accessories, and I assume you said you need a slaying, maiming?
I need slaying anything, honestly. I have like a slaying like last bracelet, but we're gonna get the tombstone bracelets, I guess, so...
Yeah.
A ring would do, but the rings just aren't happening.
You need a ring because...
yeah, because they're unique.
They're unique right now, until the next expansion, pretty much.
Yeah, this area's pretty neat looking, like running on walls and shit. It does give the impression of like a building project has gone fucking wrong.
They left the 3D printer on, is what I heard someone say.
Pretty much.
I read that in a comment. But yeah, this is a fun music track.
It is,
It's not the twinning though, but you know, what can be.
I would be legitimately amazed if he could somehow like replicate the tier of the twinning.
Maybe someday.
Maybe someday.
After all, it is Masayoshi Soken.
But like right away, that would be a hell of a thing.
Don't forget the treasure coffers, since we actually do want them.
Yeah.
I was worried that the heal you get from your nascent flash bloodwetting stuff
Yeah.
was actually nerfed because it was before Endwalker, it was by the amount of damage you did. So when you were in like your cyclones and inner chaos and your fell cleaves,
Yeah.
that was basically eat the whole thing. Meanwhile, now it is fixed at a 400 potency heal for every hit that is done in the time that it is active. But I think that sort of does buff massive pulls, but it does nerf single target boss pulls.
Okay.
So like I can't take as much health from this guy. That being said, I do get a shield and additional upfront damage reduction when I pop it now. Which is the real good stuff. Okay, so he's got arrows, and he's going to do a big AoE on where his arrows are pointing.
Okay. And he's going to start tricking us with his arrows.
No, he's just going to get more guys with more arrows, actually.
Oh god, it's the fighting polygon team.
It is. This one he's gonna make a pizza.
Nasty pizza.
I was too late, I didn't see the one arrow set. I thought they were going up front.
Yeah, I didn't see it until I noticed, like, I think it was the healer legging it. I was like, uh-oh. Probably not a good sign. Ah, I see. Cheeky devil. I do love that Gluttony, my giant red beams of death are actually ranged. I can just pop them from a distance, which is great for fights like this. It's almost like they designed this one for all the mad movement fights.
He's doing pizza and circles.
Cheeky devil.
Oh, also they added a regen that lasts after my big self-heal. So Equilibrium was 1,200 potency cure that's on a cooldown of 60 seconds. There's a 15-second regen now.
Except all the regions, all the health absorb.
Oh, this area is, I just noticed this area is called under construction, parentheses, sorry.
That's what it is. The on the way sides. Yeah, this is the 3D printer. This is just here, not just out of control. Look at them all doing their printing.
Go up the stairs. There's more guys.
Oh, that's a network. I'll take it anyway. Fuck it.
In other news, I sold all my grade 5 and 6 materia.
How much you get?
I think in total, like a couple 100,000.
Fuck man, that's pretty good. That's how I mind about stuff piled up.
I'm just holding on to the 7 through. We've got 9 and 10 now, but I'm holding on through 7 and 8 still because they're still useful. I don't know. If not, I can sell those too. Those will probably be worth even more.
Yeah.
On day 1, grade 9 and 10 materia. Not only just grade 9 and 10, grade 9 and 10 crafting and gathering materia.
That stuff must have been like fucking. I can imagine. I mean, even now, like today, I did this for shit still because I saw the prices were pretty good. Decided to sell like half of my big crystals, like fire and wind crystals, because I was building them up mindlessly. And within like 2 minutes, they were all like sold out, and that was like just straight up like 700,000 then and there, and that was just the crystals. They were my material.
As I have never really followed when new crafted stuff get added, but I'm pretty sure the new crafted gear is coming out in 6.05.
People are rushing to get ready, that's for sure. In case you were wondering, like, as of last night, Lucy has all but Fisher at 90 on the Crafter Gatherer side, and David is like a few, like 2 missing. So, you know.
That's good for them. Good for them. They know what they love.
They know what they love. They're up to their antics.
Also, when David finished Endwalker, I noticed he posted the Vince McMahon gif. Did he quite enjoy it?
He did, yes. He was quite pleased.
Nice. Anyway, also your and Chris's videos, I was in like the middle of both of them, and I'm like, I'll finish watching them at some point, but I did watch both of your credits to get the general vibe.
So you know what my opinions on Ultima Thule is, or at least the last 6 hours of the game.
Yes. I haven't mentioned my opinion, though.
You haven't, no.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, you're gonna have to live on like that Ultima Thule is bad island by yourself. I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty good. Like, I think it was a little clumsy, but not as bad as what you made it sound like.
And everyone knows the seal me outside, god damn it. Yeah, no, I kind of figured that, honestly. I figured I was gonna be the only one who would have that view here.
Hey look, it's the white mage thing. That whenever they get hit, they heal us.
Huh. So that's what that is.
That is their new plan. And they have that in addition to Asylum.
Ah.
Also, if you haven't noticed, it's those explode, but it shows you which one's gonna go further back by the faster arrows.
Okay. Even though that dodge there was just kind of happily coincidental because I was already in that corner.
Yep. So this one's gonna go further back. Boom.
You don't step on bomb.
But the bomb is there where it would be safe.
Ow.
See, that was the mistake.
That was a mistake. I assumed they knew what they were doing because they did it with such confidence. They're dead.
Don't worry, I'm a warrior.
That's true, you're a warrior, so...
And we have a red mage.
Everything's fine, actually. I will say that like Reaper is kind of like fucking insane for like damage output. Like you just do a lot of damage, you do it extremely fast. Your little shield that gives a team-wide region comes back super fast. It's a 30-second cooldown. But
yes,
you are fragile as shit, Reaper. I cannot take hits for shit. I just kind of melt.
The people who do the numbers,
yeah,
are saying Reaper's gonna get nerfed. It's a bit overtuned.
It does feel like extremely custom made for Endwalker's dungeons and encounters specifically.
Oh, I died though. That's the one that's not as
Oh,
good
that's
because
not
I had
good.
3 vulnerabilities, and I did not hit bloodwetting fast enough.
It's me, I am the tank. Oh god. Save me with your muscles. Thank you. I just realized when it's the other way around, you basically want to stand at the back, I guess, is it?
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about that. That's why. You want to stand at the back then? Yep.
Stop doing that, red mage, please. And the melee class, stop standing next to me when I'm trying to hit the enemy. We've got big AoE bombs on our heads. Did they want us to blow this up or just stop it? I guess it's the same either way, but still. None of it was a slaying ring, was it?
I didn't see a fending ring.
We are cursed. Yay. Oh, it's dead. Big Cheese is dead. You know, it's a good thing that, you know, we ended up killing the apocalypse so that we didn't have to live inside giant robot destroyed homes. Why is it the big face? Why is it the big haunting face? Why would they do this?
Because it's the moon.
Face on the moon.
It's the man in the moon.
Alright, let's go and nosy this whole one. Oh wait, is this the moon or is this the raid opening?
Oh, this is the raid.
Oh, whoops.
While you're there, though, go down to look at where the Ragnarok is.
Will do.
Since I don't know if you've done that yet.
I haven't yet, no. Well, how? Whose crystal is this, I wonder? We could do that. Like, if you want the man with, like, where I take a class I've not leveled up and you do. I could use, like, a bard and play along, like, the dungeons with you when you get to some of them or whatever. Or we both just level them through stuff. Like Palace of the Dead and all that. I can also use that to level, like, well, White Mage and Scholar are like 30 and 40 odd, but even then that would do. I've got plenty of unleveled, like not fully leveled stuff about to use. We're finally gonna, like, have a nosy at the Bosnian, like, memory crystals and compare them to the Asian ones. This guy is a weird one. Man, we will master all the trades of Limsa. Actually, I think beyond needing to get the materials, which, because you can't use the market board, you'd have to leave Limsa to get them somehow. You know, like getting the gatherer classes. Blacksmith and Culinarian, pretty much, you could theoretically do all of them within the bounds of Limsa, but you do need the market board for that, is the only thing.
Yeah, I forgot something I wanted to say earlier.
Yes.
So I did level Warrior parallel along with the story.
Hmm.
Like I said, doing fates. I actually, while I was there, I have almost all, like, the shared fate stuff.
Yeah.
All of them except Ultima Thule is rank 2.
Oh, nice.
But then getting them to rank 3 is you need 60 gold medals for each total. So that'll be over the course. I still haven't finished those in Shadowbringers.
The Endwalker ones will be interesting to see what will be the bait to draw everyone in, because, like, I remember the Shadowbringers lists from, like, one of the full ones were not that much. Yep, Pandaemonium means all demons. Yep.
Yeah. But, I actually, when I did the Aether Current quest, I also continued, so I actually finished the side stories that they did, too, with Warrior. Because I like to do that as I go.
Mm.
And beyond that, I did, once a day, I did the leveling roulette and the frontline PvP roulette, because have you realized how much that roulette, the frontline PvP roulette, gives? It's almost as much as leveling.
Holy shit! Sounds like anywhere from like half a level up, basically.
Yes.
Jesus.
It's not MSQ roulette, but if you play a single match of frontline PvP, which is actually the mode that's alright, instead of the feast, or rival wings, which is the weird MOBA one, then you can get like half a level and wolf marks
I should
once
do
a day.
that. I should start doing that, yeah, because the roulettes are actually extremely nice for EXP at the moment. Like, just through them and like the Tales journals, just like casually across roughly like 4 days, and I guess technically 2 weeks to get the Tales journals.
In
Like
this
Gunbreaker
patch,
went from like 80 to 88.
yes, and in this patch they buffed the amount that Endwalker dungeons give in EXP. So it's actually quite fast to get the 10 levels for your 80 to 90s. And I bet it's going to be blazing fast if we have another adventuring foray relic zone type system. Like a bodge.
Yeah, I'm fucking looking forward to that, honestly. Legitimately, like, I really enjoy Bosnia, so... if they do bring out a new one, so I kind of like, well, there I go. See you on the other side.
Maybe he would like Final Fantasy XI, but probably not.
Probably not. It doesn't have the combat mechanics of this. Yeah, here's the Ragnarok.
But that's not it.
Ew, hey,
Go
boys.
forward a bit. Look at them. Talk to those three fellows. Talk to those three pals.
They have to make sure no one uses space travel for bad ends. Okay, so they'll be using that for regular flights to and from the moon, and also they're just making sure no one uses the spaceship for moon crimes.
But they also say, and we'll find, especially what Urianger says, is like, and we'll probably find other uses. So that what it says to me is, hey, we did save the world. We're still +1 spaceship, so who knows?
The idea that occurs, beyond the obvious, like Space Journey, Final Fantasy 14 GT, is if it can travel to the far end of space and all that shit, theoretically this could be a thing that could like jump to new shards or whatever.
Maybe, I don't know.
Could be anything.
Oh, this also is gonna be funny. A little bit.
How can this be? You wonder hells if I know. This vessel is strongly connected to Ultima Fuel. But it somehow simultaneously exists in both locations.
That's because they made it part of the level geometry in Ultima Thule. We can just say it's like a space-time thing. I don't care.
That's very funny that they felt they had to put that in.
The music in Ultima Thule is really good.
Yeah, it is nice.
I wonder if it'll get a bit tiring in a year.
I mean, maybe, because there seems to be a lot of stuff like out here. Like, yeah, well, at least a lot of people out here doing like the Fate boss for like the fancy new mount.
Yes.
Oh wait, it's still the full theme music. I thought it was just the instrumental version, but the singing
Yeah,
here.
it's gonna be the full theme music forever.
That's very funny.
That's what I mean. Is it gonna get tiring? I hope not.
It will probably seem a bit extra every time you're out here.
but it's still, you know, I'm gonna say you're probably in the ballpark. It's gonna seem like, wow, that's a bit much, but it's still probably gonna be pretty good.
Mm. I mean, to be fair, it does fit the very space, like, space vibe and everything out here, like, you know? Armor that needs wood that I can't buy. Yeah, you at that point you do need to be your own boundless forward until you escape the free trial. Do not escape the free trial just for wood though. Jamming ways jam. Test organism.
Also, I'm still sitting around in Charland. I hope I'm not the only one who hears the part of the the No More Heroes song in it.
I'd probably have to like see if I can catch the specific spot you mean, but I know you mean like the do 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 do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet if I sit and listen, I'll probably catch it as well. Honestly.
There's like a 5-second clip, and I'm like, this is almost this part from No More Heroes.
Oh. Oh, it's time to go kill that before it makes Omega Mark II. Okay, so we need to go inside its brain and beat the shit out of it inside its brain, and then that will do it. Can't be any tougher than Omega, right?
We have to go inside there while it's simulating things and be part of the simulation and defeat it. So it says, if we do this simulation, if we do it in real life, we die, so we shouldn't do it.
We shouldn't do that. Having said that, I've got like Omega like twice in roulettes, and I must say the stat squish makes Omega specifically very difficult. Like just Beetleborg Omega, not even the, you know, like the Super Omega. Like it just hurts. Like, he just fucking hurts so much. Like stuff you could just kind of weather off of like your stats is like now kind of like, oh fuck, that's half my health.
Go into this computer orb.
Saying you've never actually done this before? Uh-oh. Traumatize the Matrix. The Stigma Dreamscape. So familiar style of name, that. Let's see how we do. I think people are saying that the fates for the fate boss must be up or something. But I don't have access to flight, so I can't get all to the zones very easily.
The fun thing about fate bosses and the S-rank hunt mobs, like the being rare, specific condition spawns, is because when you think about it, that's FF11 and Eureka in the actual game if you want to engage with it. That's what the hunt is.
Yeah, you're right.
But it's certainly not the main focus. It's just like a feature of an otherwise much larger game.
And the game with much better combat mechanics.
Have you ever seen people play Final Fantasy XI?
Little bits, yeah.
That's a game about you stand there, and once in a while you press a menu option.
Pretty much, like... I make this comparison often, but it is quite, like, valid, especially this time, but, like, it is you can tell, like, 12 does have, like, some similarity to it, but 12 is also just infinitely more dynamic than it. So pretty much, like, once they got past 11, like, 12, 14, like, they just absorbed all the lessons from it pretty quick, even if 11 itself didn't.
Apparently it's actually really fast to go through modern retail 11. Like, not like a private server or anything that people are running, like the actual one that's still up from Square Enix. Because people do private servers of, like, this and that. Like, oh, here's this server.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's Escape. We heard this one before, but it's great still.
Yeah, I'm surprised to hear it again.
Yeah, I didn't hype up this dungeon music because it's they reused it, but it's still really good.
Yeah.
Like when I tried to play 11 and I was like, I don't know, man. I played it on a classic server that was like, we made the game in the state of what it was in 2005. Which was a lot before the quality of life stuff, even as small as that quality of life stuff is.
Aye.
Like, you can teleport a little bit in modern Final Fantasy XI. Whereas Vanilla 11 was like, you need a white mage because white mages learn the teleport spell and you have to go to these gates in the world that correspond to another gate. And the white mage has to cast a spell on it and let you through. So you either need to have a white mage or you need to hire a white mage and pay them some gil.
That's horrible. that's just why. They didn't know better, but why?
But there's also a part of me that's like, I wish I could understand the good part of this game because there's a charm. Like, that's so weird.
There is a charm to like very methodical, like meticulous ways of doing things. Like a lot of older PC RPGs have that a lot as well, I find. But at the same time, it's also like, oh fuck, why?
I would like to know what it's like to enjoy this.
Yeah.
It's the same way I would like to know what it's like to enjoy Destiny 2 because shooting guns feels nice, but the actual gameplay loop is like a garbage trash and they remove parts of the game.
You just delete the game after long enough. Fancy iron helmet. Didn't make the rest of the armor, so it's barely better than my current one, but the headband's still a bit valid enough.
This is their factory. This is what it looked like when they made them. Look over to your right.
Yeah.
That's neat.
It was pretty rad.
But yes, it's like a desire. Like, I wish I could get into this because then I would know what it's like. But it's just so obtuse.
Some things are just, yeah, you had to be there for it, I guess. Or else you're gonna get it.
Yeah, I don't know. But as I said, I didn't play retail Modern 11, which apparently is alright.
Okay.
One thing I heard is, like, some people say they're like, oh, there actually is a difference. They run this verse again in the song. They play it back twice.
Yeah, still the same, otherwise.
Still
yeah.
the same song. But I guess they realized that's everyone's favorite part, so let's play it a second time.
Oh boy, look at that.
This isn't Omega. This is new
Proto
Omega. It was
Omega.
brand new design.
Oh, they should just let the music kept playing instead of
It
going
does
to the
Lockboard and Starboard, but it actually shows you.
So really, him not showing you that was actually an improved combat design when you think about it.
Yes.
That's fine.
It also doesn't do the, oh, I'm going to do it on my left side, but also flip. He doesn't flip.
Ah, okay.
When he picks a side, it's going to be that side.
It is fun though. We had our like beefier rematch with Alexander last time, and we have one with Omega this time.
In an alternate form, yes.
In a sense.
I've heard people. This is a stack that also is a knockback, so don't get knocked back into the fire.
Ooh.
I've heard people say, "Oh, you know what? Final Fantasy Online should be a single sub, so if you subscribe to 11 or 14, you should get the other one."
That would be neat, but you know, they do want their money.
They do, but it feels like 11 is small enough and is just diehards at this point that they would benefit more from it. Is what a lot of people think.
I wonder about that. They may not. To be fair, that could be very much true. As this big discussion with
Yes.
business practices last night on Sonic Color stream, and basically, like, even when it would be explicitly better, they'll just, you know, a lot of companies will just not do the better things. They don't think it through, basically.
Now, do you want to know what I think the actual problem is with doing that?
Yeah.
Alright. We're going to combine the subs, so we're going to combine a 2002 web backend with a 2013 web backend
I hadn't
and see what
considered
happens.
that because
What will happen?
I was thinking about Square Enix as if they were a company that, you know, had a united backend that made sense in any way. But this is the one who on PC you get two separate codes
Yes.
for your new expansion,
We've
one for
discussed
early
today.
access and one for not, which is Chris's problem. Oh, my bones. So, you know, I guess I shouldn't expect them to actually be sensible in that regard.
I feel like it might be something like not giving away a code early or something, or I don't know, but it's some weird reason that it is nonsense. But yes, what if we combined these two systems, Play Online and Mog Station, and made them one system? That seems like it's realistic thing that can be done. No.
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 Absolutely not.
Everyone already hated Play Online when it was new in 2003. And Mog Station has its issues. I know the costs of what would go into that just as well as you do. It would be disastrous.
Yep, that would be probably unironically more than a year's work just of how fucked that would be to implement.
it wouldn't, like it said, it wouldn't be for any profit. It would just be for goodwill.
Yeah.
So I mean, if they did say it happened one time, I'd be like, wow, I'm surprised, and that is a good thing.
Yeah.
But that would be entirely, the onus would be on them.
I don't blame them for not doing it, really. This less like a, oh, corporate greed thing, and more just a, that genuinely isn't worth it level thing. There's a few things like that about these things, like, I'd seen, like, you know, there was a discussion about how, like, 14 with, like, the design philosophy of, Yoshi P, where he's just like, you know, it's okay to unsub and just fuck off until there's new content, you know, we don't want to keep you here. We don't want to do the FOMO thing that, like, stuff like Fortnite and Destiny and all that do, where you're just here forever, having to come in every single fucking day. We would like you to, you know, remember that there are other games and that you exist. You have other, you know, parts of your life.
Micro FOMO is okay though, like things like Ishgard Restoration and
Yeah.
Unreal Trials.
You need a wee bit of that to give, like, a bit of sauce to the experience, yeah.
We did have that discussion around when you started Stormblood, I think. I was like, just a little is the spice. Because it makes you want to be there for when things happen.
Yeah. But it can't be anything like too critical, and it can't be like all the time is the part of it, yeah. And mercifully it isn't. And it's all someone that tried to argue, yeah, but there's stuff like, you know, like if you have a house you have to keep logging in, it's kind of like, yeah, but the alternative to that is like people who stop playing and just hog the houses forever, and those people who are active, dedicated players who could use that house for a number of things can't get it anymore. So it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't in that regard. And
the lottery system will hopefully make it easier to not mash your fingers on a placard and buy it for hours.
yeah. And it's also, you know, like, some aspects of this, like, you are, oh, it's bracelet offending.
It's a bracelet, it's not a ring.
Arc Lambda.
Alright. Boop.
Whoop.
Also, you haven't leveled Astro, but look at this earthly star.
I know, I've seen it a lot, and I actually just, when I just, you know, did it myself sometimes when I was, like, you know, setting up my basic new hotbars, and I was just like, holy fuck, it's so big, I'm so happy, it means people will stop running out of it.
It's much bigger than Asylum.
Because they can't fucking escape it anymore.
Or whatever the Scholars thing is named, I don't even know what it is.
I don't remember what Scholars is named now. Wow.
And I don't know if Sage has an air. I'm pretty sure it does.
It probably does, but I'm not far enough along to discover it.
Get in lane with your number.
I guess I was on the wrong side.
No, I think that is how it works. You just would get a vulnerability stack and almost instantly die, I think, is the case, if you did it wrong.
Okay. Well, I did get a vuln stack. Or no, wait, no, that one's like been
That's
there.
an old one.
Yeah, that's an old one. It's been there for a bit. Never mind then. Okay, that's fine.
This is probably what you got the vuln stack from.
Nah, it was the Wave Cannon after this. Nah, I got it from this though. Ow, my bones. Yep, no. I cannot get past that fast enough. Thank you, healer. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, it doesn't give one stack, that's just to eat the attack and survive. At least I'm out of the zone this time.
Right, I did my big jump, but I didn't get it still.
Yeah, there's just not enough time to get the gap closer and then escape the thing. That's what I kept
It
getting
did
hit
look
by.
cool. It did
There's
look
your
cool,
ring.
and it. Woo! But yes, it did look cool when I jumped, though.
Yeah.
Which is the important part.
The Dragon Star. Yeah, that's nuts. They had to make a Doom Fortress just to keep shooting at the dragons, and the dragons put up enough of a fight to tear down their barrier.
Whoosh.
Oh, sick. Hybrid dragons. Ah, they're mechanizing captured dragons. Fuck me. They're better than the Borg, too.
Alright.
Now we're beating on the dragon. Yep, Omega free him. Oh,
Omega,
shit.
deployed in an unfinished state.
Look at that.
That's the case.
Alright. Ring. It precedes itself at the moment of the attack on the Dragon Star, huh? Curious. This reminds me of a boss from Metroid Prime Hunters, which is basically a giant orb that drops out of a big, like, pulsing flower holder like that. Yeah, it's a big unit. This one just pulls in ads.
I mean, he's in charge of manufacturing. That's
True.
what the point of the dungeon is. We're saying, stop the manufacturing.
Self-destruct. Fucking hell. Oh, hello. I remember you.
Uh-oh, fists. Okay, this is going to be a circle that you want to get away from.
Okay.
This is going to be a circle you want to stay in.
Overshooting and missing community. Mind hack. Yep, I know these mechanics well. Every other fighting boss is that exact mechanic. A loudly screeching car slowly drove by my window. I wonder what's wrong with that thing. If it's like screeching loudly but also moving slowly, that's very concerning. That's some severe mechanical failure shit going on. Just, you know, hope you don't hear a crash next. Earring offending. There's even two Reapers here, although I guess at the same time, if I had gotten the ring and then lost it to the other Reaper, I would have flipped my shit as well. Oh, that's Luigi awake. That was technically a different kind of time travel when you think about it.
Yes. But it was just a simulation.
Open a cafe. After I started playing FF14, a few people came out of the woodwork telling me that they also played it in the past. You have always known 14 players. They have always been around, dormant, awaiting the moment. It's like vampires. Oh god, do I remember how to get up there? I should have gone around getting flight for these. This bring me up. No, that brought me down. You bring me up. I only played till level 14 and stuck because it was boring since you only fight monsters the whole time. Then admitted he never read any of the dialogue, has no idea what the story or anything else is, but fucking, I don't know how people like that exist, truthfully. It is just kind of like, come on, man. That seems to be a recurring trend too, like there's been a number of people who go like, oh, the story of this sucks, and then just admit they, skip all of it, or don't pay attention to any of it. And it's kind of like, well, yeah, no wonder you say that, because you haven't fucking to listen to any of it. You can't really say that at all. God Huna Guardians again.
I feel like this place will be relevant. Maybe like a beast tribe thing. I do not know.
Maybe, yeah. Have they
Because
all...
if you
Sorry.
talk to them,
Yeah.
like the Omicron is like, here's a civilization I have researched, or it says like ask about civilizations, and it just tells you the one, and it's like it feels like more could populate, and I'm like, this feels like something else is gonna happen here. Maybe this will be the Loporrit Beast Tribe stuff is actually here and not on the moon, or maybe it is gonna be connected.
Surprise Omicron tribe stuff.
As far as I can tell, they've only revealed Loporrits and Matanga as beast tribes, and there's always 3.
Yeah, that sounds like an old chat January. Yeah, they're saying that they need to research them further. Sure enough. A cultural salvage operation. That sounds right, yeah.
This feels like it will be relevant in the patch stuff.
Yeah.
But not yet.
Right. So, let's see, what am I standing? 670 out of like 1200 odd. You want to just run dungeons some more?
Yes. You can do the expert roulette as well.
That's true. Have you done yours
you just-
today?
No.
If I pick it, will I get a sort of both of us, or?
It will.
Let's go.
That's why you run dungeons with folks.
It's also the person that always spoils everything for everyone and he gets called out on it. He says he doesn't care if something gets spoiled for him. How do you tolerate him? How do you not just cast him out into the void? Like, Jesus. Like, I'm sure you could be nice in other ways, but also if you're going to be that much of a prick about something as basic as that, it's like, fuck me, go away.
Back in it again.
Hell yeah. Escape is still such a good song. I'm a little sad it's not like a... This isn't like the twinning style, like, ultra remix that has Escape as its core, but, you know. Again, they could only do that so much, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose there is that. it's part of a bigger friend group and all that, yeah, then, yeah. It's, you know, still, it is just like, oh, Christ. You know, I didn't check the weather in here. Projection. Even so, like, being unrepentant about that sort of thing is like, come on, man, like, really basic. Pausing that out. This one we will feed him, I think. Or I say feed him. We'll also just be checking if there's food in his bowl, and he hasn't realized that. We've made a habit of that.
Is he a cat that where he's the food is all pushed to the side and he thinks it's empty?
Yeah. He's one of them. He'll be food in his bowl and he'll think it's empty and not touch it until you move it back into the middle, and then he'll happily eat. And this is like, oh, why? Why you like this? You weren't quite on top of me there. All of you. Right, notice there's someone who spends time on 4chan. Just saw part of the message above that and kind of, yep, yeah, that tracks. Just instantly. When you're using, descriptions like that, yeah. Somehow the place hasn't changed in all these fucking years. Well, I suppose that's kind of the point, isn't it? The embarrassed this way his comment is bullshit. He also stopped saying slurs and calling everyone who's passionate about something he doesn't care about. Because he did do those things a few years back. The slur thing is especially like, fuck. At least he's gotten better about it. God willing, there's hope for him yet. Lord Hona.
That sounds like a pretty bad friend.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm passionate about Final Fantasy XIV. Does that make me autistic despite the fact that I am actually? Because I am. I am on the spectrum, I've discussed it before.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like I'm just as passionate. Not well.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
I feel like I feel like I should have worded that joke better. I don't know. I was kind of cooking in the
I
oven for a second,
do
but
get your joke. Yeah.
but if the topic moved too far away, it would have been even more out of place.
Yeah.
But I was like, I should have cooked that one a little bit longer. But I was like, despite the fact that I am,
But you know, it's like you literally are. So that is kind of
it's like Final Fantasy XIV, like a regular guy.
Lots of people, they you fucking that fucking weirdo is like that's 4chan for you, you know. Anyone who cares about anything must have something wrong with them. They consider it something wrong with you. Still, at least he, by the sound of it, he's at least getting better about it, so improvement is possible.
The last thing you want to do is discourage it.
Yeah.
These guys. Look at them go.
I do find it amazing that these giant chunky guardians can't handle these little frail ones at least. Like, how well do the Omicrons build their shit? Jesus.
Probably pretty well.
Do you think they're having, like, second thoughts about having named them Omicron? Given how, like, our universe is out to get them almost? Or you think they just had a chuckle about it?
I think, Greek alphabet.
Yeah. I mean, that's the reason why, yeah. But, you know. The Greek alphabet has also been used, and now we have this cosmic coincidence going on.
Omicron, the nomad soul.
Star Wars, an Omicron story. Are you looking forward to the horrors that David Cage's hands on Star Wars are going to produce? I am.
I'm looking forward to it being bad, but given how it feels universal, I feel like
Yeah.
there's a 20% chance it's in development hell forever.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
Like eternity, gone, and then maybe something other Star Wars project. But it's only a 20% chance because it's clear they've already put money into it.
Yeah.
Still, it can disappear completely if they really want. After all, they only showed us a CG trailer.
That's true. Wouldn't be the first Star Wars game to have just a CG trailer and then fucking vanish forever. That one that,
The 1313, I believe?
yeah, that one.
Wasn't that going to be a Boba Fett game?
I think it was, yeah.
Why does everyone like Boba Fett so much? He just wears a helmet and has a gun.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cool helmet and all, but also his only, like, stint in the movie was, like, I think literally 5 minutes of screen time total, and he just kind of falls into a hole and that's it.
That doesn't mean you get to be one of the classic movie characters.
Yeah, you kind of, I feel like you need to do something to be a classic movie character. Oh, one. Oh.
Wait, I need to run.
You need to like it.
I did it.
Yeah. Oh. Nah, I'm the fool. Okay, it wasn't the big laser for you, at least. He does look like Boba Fett is a satisfying name to say. I'm more partial to Django myself.
I think I might have found the magic pixel. Let's see.
You did. Yeah, you find the magic pixel. He just completely skirted you.
I still got a vulnerability stack from the wave, though.
Yeah, but, you got the Grizz bonus for the higher score though, so swings and roundabouts. Just gently sprinting in front of it. Yep. That's the other thing with Reaper, is that you have that when your shield pops, which does, tank enough damage for you to survive a hit you might not otherwise, you just hand a region to the entire party. And it's a good region too. Monsters for attack and support. He's pretty metal.
Bracelet of Slaying. Why is it not a ring, though? Come on! Come on!
No, don't want. I already have a bracelet on, actually, so I can't take it. You know what? Yes, you should pirate it, man. When it comes out, do pirate it. Find out. Tell the world. Whenever is the
I think they'll know.
They'll know. They'll know.
Away with the tide.
Stormhead colors.
Kind of annoying to to tank through this fence. I almost said fence through this tank. Because my camera is behind it, so I just see it's the scan lines pretty much.
It's not fun. Ring. Fuck.
Bit of a distraction.
Don't even have a caster at the moment. I'm just teasing me night video game. I'd forgotten those were on PC, actually. Heavy Rain and Beyond. That's the good way of doing it. Put the slider for money to publisher to 0. Doing the Lord's work. It's always gonna, like, there's so many things that are just fucking cosmic and stupid and bad and wrong about Beyond Two Souls in specific. But the one that will always stick out to me is like the go-to example is that in his, like, a big interview speech thing as, like, you know, in some event or something, right before its release, or relatively, David Cage talked up, or at least around the time of release, he talked up about how, like, important it was to make games that weren't about shooting. And how, like, all the other games at the moment are just, you go to the Middle East and you just shoot terrorists. And, you know, like, I don't want to make games like that. And then Beyond Two Souls is an entire sequence where you go to the Middle East and shoot terrorists. Because you know, girl of a ghost is inducted into being a soldier by the military and sent out there, and it's just like, what are you doing?
I guess you could say she was doing ghost recon.
Oops. That's good. That's good.
Alright.
I'm actually annoyed I didn't think that up myself.
I'm impressed that I thought it up. I was like, wow, that one hit! That one,
That one,
bam!
that's a good. That's a solid bit, that one.
Oh, I forgot there was a Omega. Oops.
No, right. Like, he mostly just kind of stands there and gets hit.
They mostly just stand there and die. The self-destruct timer is pretty generous.
Gaze around the oars, make sure I'm not standing in the punch window.
That guy was.
Oh. Oh, that's the wrong dash. Oh dear.
Anyway, I'm pretty sure,
Yep.
I want to check after this, but I'm pretty sure it's actually a good thing we got this one in our expert roulette, because I think it gives even more than the other two.
That's good. Someone played on Twitch around 2 years ago, and what really got me is that the game's out of order for no reason. Yeah, you just keep jumping back and forth several like hours and years for no fucking reason. Yeah, I'm on to you. I see the left face. Yep. I got the circle wrong though, so never mind. I don't get to be sassy. Ow, my blood and bones.
You don't need those. You're a Reaper.
I feel like you need bones if you're a Reaper.
You do need bones. Blood is optional,
Blood is optional.
because you're giving it up to your ghost.
They are pretty overt about like your ghost being an entire soul on its own, and I feel like they stopped just shy of saying it is your 13th shard. But you could very easily read it as that. I'm sure they did that on purpose, which I like. This is what I thought, yeah. I mean, at least there is an option to play it in chronological order. I've never actually seen it played in that order, and I do wonder. You know, it's not going to solve like the game's myriad issues, but I wonder if it at least, you know, solves pacing issues, or like, you know, it definitely solves the whole thing of like, why the fuck are we here? This has like no purpose being here. You're not even doing a clever thing. You just jumped us away from a thing just to escape explaining how she got out of a situation. I suppose it will also reveal if the game was written, like what way it was written around. Like, was it written out of like chronological order, or was it written in chronological order?
I feel like there's more people who are like, if I tell the story out of order, it's more interesting.
Yeah,
Just Cage.
it's that or they saw like Pulp Fiction and didn't understand how it worked.
Yes. Uh, I was gonna try and think of multiple examples, but I only got one. Her Story.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. I never actually played that one, I don't think.
I didn't play it, but I know a decent amount of people liked it. But also, one person on Twitter I know really didn't like it, and I kind of lean more towards their interpretation
Mm.
because the guy who made it is a
Yeah.
bit Cagean himself.
Oh boy. I didn't know that. That's it.
If I remember correct, I don't remember if they were talking. Hang on, I'm gonna look this up.
Yeah.
You still didn't get the ring.
I know, yeah. I know.
Sam Barlow.
It's 80 for both dungeons.
Yeah. Oh well.
Oh well.
Well, you got 80 from the roulette as well.
That's true actually. Quite a ways along. We'll hit the res at hand, just grab as many of the as many of the accessories as I can. I think it was probably written in chronological order, then Cage went, this is not artistic enough, so chop it up and put it in random order. I could see that, yeah. It was probably written in a sensible order first, and then just fucked up on the basis that it would make it more artistic. So many people around here. The favorite's having a bit of a moment. Bracelet and ring. Okay, well that's all the accessories sorted. We just need the other ring and then enough tombstones for the weapon.
I think this was it. So his first game
Yes.
was a text-based adventure, and if I'm remembering correctly, I don't want to say too much, but I think it was also depicted women not very great. That was his game in 1999. Also, did Luigi's be in a
Yeah.
Luigi moment?
Yes, he's in Chithurn.
But
Wait,
Sam Barlow's.
It was called
he was-
1999?
No, it was called Isle, but it was released in
Okay.
1999.
Alright.
It's like at a supermarket or something. Anyway, the argument from the person I follow on Twitter
Yes.
is that Sam Barlow, in pretty much everything, his only trick is unreliable narrator.
Yeah, that is. I can see that being a bit cagey. You have like the one trick, and it's like in that case, it's like quick time events and drama, which is two tricks at least, I suppose. But Alright. I'll pause a sec here to go show Luigi his food and/or fill his bowl if it actually is empty. So be right back.
I'm doing all right. The big cow is important. That seems reasonable, don't you think? You gotta really get that cow. Can't leave it just running around.
Cow.
That's what the warrior quest is. He's gotta beat up the cow.
Beat up giant cow. Right. You good to go? Yeah.
I'm still good for anything.
Do you have all of your stuff to get into the thing yet, or?
I did get my ring. I just needed an axe.
Alright.
And then we're gonna want to roll on the gear in there because technically until Savage, and we get the other half of the gear, this is gonna be the best gear in the game. It's 580.
Okay.
I do not know if I have it. I should go to Reds at Hand to check if I have enough.
Yeah, you might as well.
Also, I like the Reds at Hand day theme is good. The night theme, ooh. Ooh. My goodness. They were on it.
I have to.
They knew what was up.
Oh, like it'll almost be night theme. So after our next dungeon run, we'll be able to hear the night theme.
Oh, I have enough. It's 500 and I have 530.
He's ready. I'm at 110, so like, what? So I guess 5 runs would do it. Do you think I can get another ring in 5 runs? Let's find out. Do you have a preference for dungeon, or will we just like roll all 3?
Anything's fine.
Just throw the 3 of them and see what happens. Welcome. Look at
This
that.
is the axe. This is the Final Fantasy IV axe. It's not really Final Fantasy IV, I don't think.
Not really, because there wasn't an axe guy in that one. Well, kinda. Sid was a big hammer guy, but...
It's still really good that all the actual armor is Final Fantasy IV, even though we're probably skipping it just to go straight for the raid stuff, since that's...
I mean, I'm definitely getting the Rydia suit for my casters, at least for glamour.
Yeah. Oh, you gotta get them still, but we're gonna be skipping them for stat reasons, just because accessories and weapon is the fastest way to get there.
Still annoyed. I didn't manage to get that 3 exclamation mark fish. And limps a bit twice when you're fit. Yeah. That's probably the time of day fish based on that, most likely. The fact that you triggered it twice, though, is a surprise.
Although, in actuality, if you get,
Yes.
all accessory... Oh, wait, it's also the night theme now.
Ah. That horn.
This is great.
Yeah, this is like the jauntiest night theme by far, I think. You have some funky nights in Razza Town. Honestly, it actually sounds like it would be a day theme for anywhere else, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But then the day theme is, like, really day.
Yeah, it is.
And like I said, it's it's really good.
It is really good.
Your little minions, they do go away when you're in dungeons.
Yeah. Oh, the other Reaper's going for it.
I was gonna say it probably is actually faster to get all accessories and one random gear armor piece, but
It might
because
be.
it's not 500, it's like a little bit less, but just for like cleanness,
Yeah.
like you can get a full set of armor from the raid. So I actually was like, I prefer that, so I'll just go for the weapon. It's not that much longer.
See Dodo getting run over by a big monster. I mean, you know, if there's the Dodo enemies in dungeons, you will when, you know, Evan's the tank. You will see a big monster run over the Dodo.
I disconnected.
Yep. Hopefully, oh
Get
god.
in tonight.
Are you gonna get stuck in the queue?
Let's see how many people are in there. I'm out of that run probably already. You're gonna probably have to kick me. Which doesn't matter because I got my stuff. No, it's gonna log me out now. Because it's this character was not logged out correctly, so we're logging you out properly, and then we're gonna let you join. 2,000 people.
Oh.
This is why I joined before I'm out of work.
Yeah.
I like preloaded.
These two are fucking going for it, just trying to do small pools of lunatics. They're not giving me a chance to kick. I'll bump you out now. Oh, gotta wait for 5 minutes. Kinda, yeah. Salami slicing is a funnier way to put it. It's basically just, you take the small groups or individual enemies instead of just, running wall to wall, which is just sucking up everyone and fighting all of them at once.
1961.
Oh boy.
I wonder if you can get ready while I'm in queue. Or even if it will actually take still longer than that, and we might as well not. But I hope we do still play the thing. I don't know.
It'd be nice to play the thing, but I had forgotten the aspect of the queue.
Yes, and I forgot that a random act of violence done against me.
I mean, like when I was playing with Mom, I got like booted twice by the game, and but I was given it was like our afternoon time. It was easy enough to get back in. Yeah, most people don't sit when fishing, the fuckers. I wonder how many people actually know you can sit on it while fishing.
On my timeline is, I think, a Canadian, something of a Canadian magazine, because the bottom right barcode says 16.99 Canada.
Yeah.
Something like that. It's probably Canadian dollars. I don't know what the magazine is. It's probably some store rack tabloid thing that you on your checkout line, but it says the line is inside the year's biggest stories and tributes to those we lost, and it shows a picture of Queen Elizabeth II, and the tweet says,
No,
that's it. It just says,
there's no about that. She is dead. Let's just all be real here. She's dead. There's no two ways about that.
And then he follows it up and saying, for real, this, like another tweet, this is like when I worked backstock and we'd see toys from movies that hadn't been announced yet. So that's an excellent tweet.
That is an excellent tweet. Yeah, no, like, when that penny finally drops next year, that's gonna be, like, it's gonna be insufferable in the news around here. So, like, pray for me when they finally announce it on, like, February 1st after she crosses the 70-year anniversary mark. Hang on a second to meet again. Right, hello. Well, what's your Q position?
1,886.
I suppose, like, I have seen it be slower, so could be worse. Yeah, it seems basically just alternating which one you get hit by is the entire mechanic on the phase boss.
Yep.
So, that's it sorted. Nah, you have to like meet the level and oh, I'm gonna get fucked. Yep. Ow. Please let me move. Oh wait, no, that's right, that's their first punishment as a stun. To fly. Like you can only you have to like match the level, and also sometimes if they have equipment requirements, you have to max the equipment requirement. So if you have like people with different levels, basically you can only do the highest that the lowest person can do, essentially.
However, if you make a party, you can ignore role requirements, so you can have 4 healers or 4 tanks or 4 DPS.
That's
if you're
true.
Crazy.
And you can unsync so that you can just do like any of them with like any of the 3 of you, as long as the lowest person has access, I guess. But you know, that would be a level of crazy. If you're wondering how it's going, there's no ring yet. A 4-tank party would work. Like, if you were like synced and all, it would take a while, but it could work. You could just rotate aggro and pass off, or all just like take like divide aggro amongst yourselves and just work with your extensive survival resources.
I think I heard about an all-tank alliance raid once.
Like warrior is able to give like nascent glint to like non-warriors, and paladins having like heal spells and stuff. It's probably like remarkably viable actually.
That being said, you don't get nascent flash till like I'm gonna call 72.
Okay.
Let me look it up. $76.
Oh, pretty close.
That being said, you do get raw intuition at 56, and now that it's not just...
It's actually more powerful, really.
It's actually the solo regen or health vampire, and it's 56, and it only becomes bloodwetting at 82. But it's still good.
Nah, if you made a 3 healer party, you would only be able to go in as the 3 healer party. You wouldn't be able to like queue and take in randoms that way. they prevent you from being able to ruin someone's day, basically.
Yes, you have to be the correct amount of players or fewer. You can't get a random person out of it. Like, you have to preform your own people who match the number of players, or you can go in with 3, but you can't get a random one other, or 2 or 1.
Just give me a ring. The stats of your class, like most of your stats are just from your gear, so like level scaling stuff essentially like it curves down your gear, but it's not like so very absolute. Like you know, extremely high end, like the latest possible gear will absolutely noticeably do better and give you more stats and capability than, you know, like just the standard like end of the expansion gear. So like if you know you bring like fucking augmented Crypt Lurker gear, like the end game Shadowbringer stuff into, you know, the very first dungeon, you will absolutely out damage the living shit out of someone in the same class, but with like the starting gear, like the lowest possible gear they can have to get into the first dungeon.
It scales it within a range, though, is the key thing.
Okay.
Like, if you're going into, like, a roulette or something, it'll sink you down so you aren't entirely ridiculous. Like, if it didn't, it would be about a large portion of your stats are your gear. You don't actually gain that much besides a bit of HP and like a little bit of increase from leveling up. It's mostly the gear that is your stats. So if it didn't rein you in at least an amount, then, oh boy, it would be almost as bad as doing it unsynced. But yeah, if you come into Sastasha with Crypt Lurker gear, you are doing the maximum amount of damage you can do in that dungeon as that job.
Yeah.
1,587.
I guess, yeah, that does answer the question that can you look up to see how it actually works. So, yeah, people have figured it out. I assume they figured out the devs didn't say that, right? Or did the devs actually explain that?
That's a thing you probably figure out on your own.
Mm-hmm.
Just with the number people.
Yeah. How ring offending. Tease me. I'm gonna greet it anyway for Gunbreaker. I'm probably not good though. No worries. Shower well. Yeah, no. That's not who the healer actually got the Fender ring. Fuck me then.
Healer wanted it more.
They really did. They got like twice my great score, I think.
The Steam Christmas winter sale started today.
I'll have to get that a nosy.
I can tell because I always get the Steam app on my phone says items on your wish list are on sale.
Does it tell you how many?
No, but when it's it'll either say this item is on sale or it says items are on sale. When it says items and a sale is coming up, I'm like, that's probably it. That's probably the sale.
That's
one of the big ones. Boy, this Reaper job is good, and I only leveled at 74, and I'm looking at you and you're going crazy.
Yeah, no, it's fucking great.
What a good addition, even though it's still most likely gonna get nerfed.
I hope if it's nerfed, it's just something like you fuck with the potencies, like you make it so like you really need like the positionals, or like I don't know, Crest gets like doubled its timer or something. I don't know.
Oh, I don't think the way the job works is gonna get. I just think its damage is gonna be like underclocked.
Yeah, something like that.
Because the way it moves is good, but I feel like I saw a DPS chart. And I don't have experience reading them that well, but if I read it correctly,
yeah,
Reaper is competing with Black Mage for top DPS.
I did hear that it was like bigger than Black Mage, but I don't know if that was like if the person saying that was reading like a chart right or whatever.
Yeah. There's a bot to destroy. Do you want to buy followers, primes, and viewers?
Destroy the bot if you
destroy the bot. Destroy it. I don't think I can.
I don't seem to be able to from the app, which is a weird missing thing.
Hey, Mamley, we need you. Oh wait, he's taking a shower.
Shit. Yeah, you can line up all your abilities, get like double trigger twice in a row, basically. It's like, oh, I'm just unleashing. I'm just going to physically destroy this man. For that to go up, and then go, dang it. Devil trigger. Beep, beep, boop.
And then you end it by throwing the orb. that becomes spikes.
That's an error. Alright, let's see if I do. Yeah, okay, I can type the command in at least. It really should just give you a button though, like it does on the actual chat or something. How's your Q spot looking?
1,512.
Oh, that is a big bit of a drop from when I last asked. Do I dare try and queue and see how long it takes to get into one of these? Suppose I might as well. $11. Yeah. Is it Palaka stand? It might be Palaka stand. Oh, right there, and I'll do Gunbreaker on the other, if their current quest. Both of these quests are about finding lost refugees.
$1,438.
Sizable jump, actually.
Yeah, but that was after it was at 1,512 for a few minutes. He was just kind of... It was probably at the end of that when you asked.
Fair enough.
It was like, we're due for an update on the actual number. After the invisible numbers were running in the background. But that was a pretty fast jump. 1,363.
Ooh. Hopefully it'll just crunch down the queue that wee bit faster. Yeah, it's not like I'm going to be going anywhere anyway, because I'm off still for like 2 weeks, so...
The queues are measurably better.
They are,
They're still bad if you're logging on at this time. But I mean, it's not... I haven't seen a 4,000 person queue in a bit.
Giving Burst Strike a follow-up is like one of the best fucking things they could have done for Gunbreaker, honestly. It just feels so good.
I haven't really touched Gunbreaker or Dark Knight yet because I did the 2.
Yeah. Like 3 cartridges feels great. Giving Burst Strike a follow-up so you can just come out of Gnashing Fang and then do a Burst Strike, and then just it also has like a big cleaving follow-up. This is like satisfaction.
Isn't the follow-up that move that they made look like a gap closer when Thancred did it?
Yes, it is.
In the benchmark, even though it's not a gap closer.
It's not at all. It's just a Burst Strike follow-up. People going fucking nuts in this fit. It's all of Thavner's quests, and now it's just time to find the missing ones. 660 south. I was gonna say, like, don't be like just over the edge on back up in the other zone, which has happened to me like twice chasing these ones. But no, it's in the very edge.
There is one that is on the other side of that wall, though.
Is there?
Yes, I'm fairly certain.
Oh, you're right. At least that's pretty close to the time. last one. 473 west. So, okay, I'll actually be in this zone. That's good. Oh, you want to be up on mine or something, aren't you? There it is. Nope. Around here. Alright, that's Flight and Thavner. Yeehaw. I guess actually let's go to Labyrinthos. To 11 south. Behind the building, I guess. Oh, that's gonna be darn, is it? Southeast. Yeah, down there somewhere. Oh, it doesn't let me drop down, so rip. Let me drop down off of here. No. Like 81 south. And so it's like right there somewhere. There's that. Oh yeah, ergonomics. Easily access, there's that from... It might actually be faster to use the tunnel. Maybe. My queue hasn't netted any fruit yet, because even with an influx of people, queuing as melee DPS sucks. How are you doing?
1067.
I missed the first part of that, it was cut off.
1067.
Hey. Getting towards semi-reasonable numbers now. Oh, a Dark Knight. Oh boy. That's saying he already does.
They still make those?
Yeah, he's fucking eager. I'll give him that. I sass, but I really hope the balance patches will come in with like just bolt like fucking regions onto, you know, Oblate or anything. Please. My boy doesn't deserve to be done like this.
Every tank got new things that Dark Knight didn't.
Oh, that's really bad. Fucking this controller, like the PS5 controller, just sucks in general. I'll be real with you. Shitty battery life, pointless features that drain that battery life. It's just miserable.
You know what was a good controller? The PS3 controller, because it was the PS2 controller.
Yep.
But wireless.
And that was like the optimal form of controllers, really.
Although there was the thing at launch, it was actually not the DualShock 3.
What was it called again? It was the... It wasn't DualShock 3, it was like, it was something to do with the motion on it. So they wanted to emphasize that because, oh shit, that Wii thing seems to be getting really popular for its motion. That was 6-axis, that was it.
Yep, 6-axis. So the 6-axis was a wireless PS2 controller, but a little worse.
Shit, that was...
Because it didn't have rumble.
Pretty much. No rumble, and it's like, why would you do that? Rumble's nice. This motion, also your 6-axis motion controls, they just suck. I'm sorry, Lair is not a good game. It's just not. You try to convince people it is, it isn't.
I haven't used a PS4 controller before, but it also looks still pretty good. Probably not as good as a PS3 controller.
Pretty much, like it's not as good as a PS3 controller, but it is still mostly fine. And then there's this piece of shit.
They made it... There's... The best way... The PS5 controller has more surface area that it doesn't need, from my perspective. That's
Pretty
just
much.
good glance.
And like most of that's given over so it can have all this like, oh, it's got the haptic feedback and all this other shit. It's like, congrats, I can determine I can determine that stretching a child in Balan Wonderworld feels exactly like pulling a shotgun's trigger in fucking Resident Evil, yeah.
They smoothed their controller. This was a mistake. Going by a level 90 gear list.
Yes.
That's what I meant earlier when I was like, some of this gear is not coming out till 6.05 because I think that's, like I said, that's like, pretty sure when crafting's coming, or the crafting gear, and the Savage real good stats gear. Because there's the artifact weapons, the Aphorism, Tombstone, Moonward weapons, and the Heidelin weapons.
Yeah.
That's 560, 570, 580. That's it. The armor, we have artifact armor, the Tombstone armor, and the armor from the raid. And accessories, we have The accessories from these 3 dungeons are 560. The accessories from the Aphorism Tomestones. The accessories from Zodiark Extreme. And the accessories from the raid. That's it.
Yeah, it would make sense that they'd add the crafting stuff next then.
So really what we're doing is pretty much the path, it seems. Unless we're doing Hydaelyn and Zodiark Extreme already.
Yeah. That's a wee bit eager at the moment. We can probably take a first stab at Zodiark Extreme. Hydaelyn Extreme is probably a bit eager. I mean, he's doing alright so far as our Dark Knight. But then I haven't been paying attention to how much work the healer's been shoving onto him. Like, it's just a very satisfying class to look at and to play, is Reaper. It just blends and, like, moves through all of its stuff so neatly and beautifully. That one's always material.
Oh yeah, I learned from the Drowned City of Scala that
Yep.
those chests do have a loot table that's fixed.
Ah, okay. Good to know. Keep instinctively hitting True North sometimes, even though it's the AoE one, so it doesn't matter. But, you know, good habit to have, I suppose.
Gotta step away for a moment.
No worries. Resist the urge to sing, escape. Oh, for fuck's sake, give me a ring. Monsters. Fly. This is actually the most correct move. I didn't even realize it. I'm glad that tracked him as he passed. He's usually pretty good about that, but you know, sometimes he can be a bit nervous. Oh, Death Design has dropped. There we go. Oh. I'm going to scream. It's a ring of casting. Oh, burying his food. It's the whole habit. Oops. I'll be done that. Little bit. And good luck trying to like sing this with no preamble. Did I agree to that? Oh, I already have a ring of casting. Sick. Okay, well that's sorted. That's black mage sorted. Not red mage, but mainly black mage. I say that, but I'm quite fond of red mage, and I do pretty good at it. After having used it in Palace of the Dead solo for so long, and so many attempts rather. Something fades. Yeah, no, the Dark Knight's been doing pretty good, and I imagine he's probably gonna get. It might be because of the shield pairing, actually. awkward. Oh, you're gonna run off it? No, you're fine. Actually, it's not that long. Everything's fine. Shit, death is on it. Everything is not fine, actually. Shit. Whoops, forgot about that. It's fine. Ish. Probably too eager, I'm gonna get caught by the Omega, but fuck it. It was worth it. Did pretty good. Yeah, Dark Knight did really well for himself. One, and then, no, 350, 2 is 430, and then 3 is 500, and then I'll have the stats. Well, no I won't, because I still need that fucking ring. No, he was at 1067 last week, last he said, and he's been away for a few minutes doing... He got stabbed, I assume to go get food or something, he stepped away. Welcome back, I'm Emily, by the way. Alright, back we go. I'm going around the areas, sucking up the ether currents to unlock flight in these zones. I'm hoping he, like, even if he hasn't come back to Mike, he's at least come back to Nudge's mouse, because I think you can still get booted for an activity if you're in the queue for too long. That may not actually be true anymore, that might have just been an accident or something that was happening, but why risk it? Like, yeah, no. The disconnects are really, like, because it was, I don't think, it wasn't even his internet, because he was, like, perfectly fine on my call and everything. So it was just, like, the server dropped him, and because it did, go into the fuck queue and, you know, suffer, basically. 69. Oh. Is there an elevator in here? Oh. 96 northwest. Okay, that might still be down here. Might 5. Demon. How do we get to where it wants then? It wasn't on that cliff face that I could see. Is it down here? Ah, hang on, there is one there. This is not a good idea. Okay, they didn't aggro. That's good. I don't think this is the one though. If it is, then I was just viewing that wrong. Yeah, that's true. Like it is just the server shitting itself. Okay, it was this one. Thank you, Jesus. You. Shackles. Which one is the 33rd facet? God damn you, man. Oh fuck. Alright, that's the cave I came from. Alright. There are, yeah. There usually are like a big cluster of quests, like in cities and little towns and all around the maps, but Endwalker's ones are extremely populated. They did say they were endeavoring to make like quest rewards, at least in Endwalker, for in terms of experience, actually worth it, because before that they are, for the most part, not really. Like they'll top you off if you're desperate, but you wouldn't go with them as your main way of getting EXP. From what Evan said, especially with like using these ether current ones to level his stuff, to level warrior as well as paladin, like I guess that's actually true, like they did do it. So hopefully enough of this, like these antics, I'll be able to get fucking Gunbreaker over the line very soon. If only to do role quests, even if I can't do the raid with it until I get the gear sorted. Which will take some time because of the tombstones. You asshole.
I'm back with food.
Welcome back. What food did you get?
Hamburgers.
Good shit.
Did you get the ring? I'm assuming no.
No. The Dark Knight did pretty well.
That's cool. I'm at 471.
Ooh, significant progress. You may well get in before I get back in. Like, I get into an hour dungeon run, honestly. Such are DPS queues. We'll get back to him in a sec. We're gonna find this next one because it's close-ish. Those are still really good for the crafters. Went from level 20 to 22 by handing in a single high quality item. God damn. I think David did tell me that most of him and Lucy's crafter gatherer leveling was levs as well. So I guess despite nerfing, apparently, at least they said they were my preferred one, they've definitely actually made the others worth it after all.
I feel like I heard the only thing they nerfed was the gill you got from Loves.
Is that all they ended up doing?
I'm not certain, but that's what I saw someone say.
Okay. That's kind of odd to me, because, like, at least as far as I felt anyway, the Les were never really, like, you know, mad money makers or anything.
There were people who were spamming the coffee biscuit one.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I remember people talking about coffee biscuits and getting money, yeah. I didn't realize that was why.
They nerfed it to prevent inflation in the currency.
Just a level 18 lab, not a level 21. Fucking hell. Yeah, they're still pretty good then. At least I'll know what to do to get all my stuff up. Slay the attackers of shackles. Oh, tiny child. Fuck, these things start small and grow up to be fucking huge. Buffoon. Alright, we can understand him. That's our echo at work, I imagine. That or our ability to talk to beavers. I'm sort of special. The fact that Shaggles knows what the echo is cosmic. That's an interesting way one. I'll probably try and remember that one, come back and do its quest line.
I don't remember if it's in other expansions too.
Hmm?
Because I might have missed them, but some of the Aether Current side stories.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Some of the Aether Current side stories. In some of the areas, if you do both of them, makes one combined one, and it has another quest.
Mm. I'll have to bear that in mind.
I know Leverinthos and Garlemald have two of them that go into longer little side stories that combine at the end. I don't recall if any of the other ones do.
That's fun. I'll have to nose through them and see where they go.
But as it is, if it's got a picture on the quest, it's important. To at least some degree. Even if it's just a little side story. Which is fun in itself.
Yeah. The change they made to the Ether current so you can just smack it a lot faster and more regularly is so nice. 60 southwest, that's basically down there. Yeah. I mean, you will eventually be able to log into the game at night. I imagine, like, in between now and, like, when the next patch hits, like, things will die off enough that we'll be back to where we were. Probably relatively quickly. Well, I say relatively quickly. Within, like, 2 months or something, we'll be back to how it was when we were going through the game. Yeah. Here. But, you're basically waiting for, like, the onslaught of people to, clear Endwalker, take their fill, and then just leave and not come back until either the next patch or, next major patch, or, like, the,
Or just disperse the times they're logging in.
Yeah.
Like, spread it out because they're not rushing to go through a story. They're like, I'll log on because I feel like it, instead of I log on because it's happening now.
Yeah. Another Dark Knight. Also the first time. Soon you will be free. Soon. Yeah. It's the first time when they skip the cutscene. Some people are like that. Although, like, some people, I think like one of them was chatting while still being in the cutscene, which you can't do. Just need to bring up the window. We're doing small pools with this one. Fair is the first time. They're probably not as confident as the previous one. I was wondering what the fuck that was. That was Titan. Like, oh god, what's like blasting the entire area with its little like hell lasers? It's a summoner. There's Ifrit. That's true. Back. Skip was a bit cosmic when you're not doing like big pools and still doing its grandiose like finish and all that. Oh, Titan's animation terrifies me. I keep thinking it's something about to destroy me, especially when the boss does leave fiery trails on the ground.
That's just the new cool summoner.
How's the queue?
22.
Oh, he's almost there. Yep, there's the login. Welcome back.
Woohoo! Tells you when an FC member is logged in. Which is
Yeah.
pretty much the same thing as when a friend logs in.
Pretty much. It also tells you when they log out too, which is fun. I wonder how they'll make the pizza emote available to everyone who isn't American.
You still don't even have the chocolate tropicar.
Yeah, we don't. They might just say fuck it. At least until it inevitably gets put on Log Station. You want to sleep now, Luigi? Yeah, he's up in this tower. Well, basically, it's like the promotion for those stuff have been like with American brands. So like you go order food through this service or whatever, and then you get a code, or you like get the specific American candy and you get a code. And there's been no equivalents for us yet. So while we can play on the U.S. servers, you need to be American to get those things.
Japan had it better than the Butterfingers promotion for the Choco Burger.
What was
because Japan had Final Fantasy XIV chocolate.
That'll do it.
They had like actual chocolate made for it with like a company. And then for us, they were like, "Hey, Butterfinger, remember the Final Fantasy VII promotion? Do it again for a different thing."
But the Final Fantasy, that same like background, if I remember right, they just gave that to us. If I'm not wrong, there was no promo tie-in thing. It was just here it is, have at it.
Square Enix in the U.S. were like, "Let's continue this thing we did."
The last ring of fending. I'm pretty sure the tank's gonna pinch it out. Yeah. Is a bit, yeah, because we're not going through the dungeon all that fast because the tank's taking it as single group pools. They're both a Dark Knight and new, so they're like a weird balance of like cautious and wildly ballsy. But that counted me in being in the way. Such is the way of the Dark Knight. Yeah, kinda. So like, given that it's 2-9, granted this one's been pretty cautious, but he's still doing okay in boss fights. And it's either like Dark Knight actually pairs arcadely well with Sage, Sage is actually extremely good at this, or Dark Knight actually isn't as bad off as we think it is. It would still be nice if it fucking had any kind of parity and got more, but you know. It ends up being... Yep.
I did hear people crunch the numbers, and Dark Knight isn't really left behind, but it feels neglected. It doesn't get anything cool.
Yeah, it definitely feels neglected, but it's interesting then that it actually isn't that left behind. I might be a contrarian and start leveling Dark Knight. I still love my boy. It's still playing my fancy dark class with my like shadow stand and everything.
But also everything else feels really good.
Oh.
To play.
Warrior and Gunbreaker at Granny. I'm not convinced that Paladin is probably all that good. But then I just didn't like Paladin before, honestly.
It feels better, but in the long run, it's probably still going to be my least favorite tank. Just because it still feels a little bit rigid.
Yeah.
But the thing is, your actual combat attack spells only cost 1,000 now. So when you Requiescat,
you just fucking go.
Well, you go, but the bigger thing is you only use half your MP. So you have a whole clemency buffer now.
Ah, that's neat.
You got 5,000 MP to do whatever you'd like with.
Yeah, that would probably like change things quite like part of it feels quite a bit, I feel like, or do you think it's just a nice thing?
I think it feels everything about Dark Knight feels a bit better. I mean, Paladin. Why did I say Dark Knight?
Because it's on the mind.
I wrong-brained it. Okay, yeah. It feels pretty good, and if you're like, I want a tank that tanks, Paladin, yep.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Holy Sheltron? still feels kind of squishy, but how should I say this? In terms of its actual effect, Holy Sheltron is really good and will get you using Sheltron more.
Yeah.
But just animation-wise, it feels as, like... You know what I'm saying.
It doesn't feel meaty. It doesn't have, like, the sensation that, like, fucking even Harda Corundum or the Blackest Night have. Where you put it on, it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna tank this. Or, like, I'm gonna survive this next hit.
Yeah. Like, your shielding comes down with, like, a heavy slam, which feels good.
Yeah.
But it...
Then it still feels like you just got punched really hard anyway. It's like,
a little bit.
That didn't really that didn't really soak anything.
But it's still a lot better.
Yeah. Some of these area effects are really fast compared to what I'm used to. If you mean mine specifically, that's because Reaper is just, like, insanely fast. You just bounce around, like, between moves, through attacks, through combos, you just tear shit apart, blast shit out. You're in the Devil Trigger, then, like, 7 seconds later you're back out because you've used all of it. And then, like, a second later you're back in because you've built the meter to get back in. You're just fucking, like, lightning speed all the time. Like, it's, like, I think it's safe to say Reaper's probably, like, the fastest class in that sense. It definitely feels or looks the fastest, anyway. You definitely cycle all your shit a lot faster than anyone else. I meant the boss. Ah, okay. It's the kind of thing, yeah, you wouldn't have really anything but, like, cones at the moment and, like, circles. Yeah. It's funny. Like, they will be, like, look really fast for a while. You will adapt, don't worry. Like, you really do, it really is a case of adapt there.
Some of them also look fast because they have different cues other than the area that you're not having to deal with.
It's fun because, like, I remember when Chris did the Omega raids, like, he's like, oh, these are, like, so fucking fast, it's impossible to do it. And it's like, it's fine, my dude. And then he took to the Endwalker dungeons relatively well. It's kind of like, see, you adapted. You got there.
Like, for example, this one, the shape that the boss is in is actually telling you what is going to happen.
Yeah.
That's why it's fast, because he was like a helix spiral thing, so we know that's going to be a close circle. And he's about to do a big one. He's going to be wide and spread out, which means it's going to be a circle you stand in, which you learn after, like, the first or second run of doing this.
Yeah, it is. I keep making the comparison, especially when I was, like, before the Endwalker started telling Chris not to suck himself. I was like, the whole thing is, it is actually very Mega Man-like. Like, the whole point is that you don't know right away. You go in, you just do the best you can with your skills and what you know of the game and how it works before this, and then you piece together the specifics. Like, as you go. Like, you'll die a few times, you piece together specifics, and then you'll get it.
What are your tombstones looking like, anyway?
I think there like might be one run after this. Yeah. 2 runs after this. I still don't have a fucking ring, by the way. This is just the most cursed shit. Whoops, I forgot about the Omega. 2 still in.
You know what? You should have. I know you. For your dungeon, you picked all 3 from a list.
Yeah.
You should have actually still been doing expert because it's just those 3 dungeons in expert. But also, even if you've taken your daily,
Yeah.
it still gives you 7,000 gil just for doing it in the expert roulette.
You know what? Yeah, I should do that then.
Like, it's just numerically better and doing the exact same thing you're already doing.
It's good to know for the next, like, whenever I have to do this again for anything, or just in general.
Yep, it still gives you gil bonuses.
I'm really called her regulars. Yeah, well, that's the way it's looking. Pricks. Okay, I was gonna say, did they not res the summoner? But no, the summoner has actually just died again. Okay. White face. The ring, so just stand facing away from it and do the AoE to maintain some kind of uptime. That was wrong, I read that wrong, god damn it. I was not paying enough attention. I mean, I have to do this anyway to get the tomestones to get the rest of my gear, and then the ring will complete it.
Getting a currency.
Yep. Brain, I've fallen out of step. Alright. Okay, wake up. Ring. Oh, there's a minion. 99. Give me it. If I don't get a ring, I will at least get this. 2 of them are in cutscene. I like how you somewhat type faster to control it. I mean, in that instance, I have like, thank you for party saved, and it's like the most recent one, so I can just hit R1 to immediately call it up. If anyone gets 100 on this, I will cry. Thank you, Jesus.
Gavin, there is no 100.
Oh, thank fuck.
I think if you tie, it just flips a coin, though.
I have had that happen. I was going for fucking the Scathach minion. I got 98, someone got 99, and I just backlooked up my own asshole. I am going...
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not sure if 2 people can get the same number, but
Okay.
it's possible.
I am going to run to the toilet. I'll be back in a minute.
Ooh.
Right, hello.
Hello.
This one question just says obtain raw emotions. Yeah. Alright. Hello. I guess, yeah, let's just run expert for that. Alright, 2 more runs will get me to, the thing. Extra pair of pants with my PJs not freezing, but oh, fucking hell, that is cold. I'll just put on my house coat and just tuck myself under the quilt. Yeah, because I'm curious. Oh yeah, and just the whole quest line leading up to this one where I get raw emotions, which is for the Shadowbringer's relic weapon. The other parts of it include like obtain loathsome memories of the dying and such. It's great. I'm nosy. Oh fuck. Even was like spending near 400,000 on that fucking Omicron minion. No, I will use him. He will be mine.
You got the Omicron,
I did, yeah.
but not a ring.
But not a ring. But I got the Omicron. That was, I rolled 99 need on it even. It was like, yeah, this is absolutely yours. You're not getting that fucking ring though.
I just went around. I'm going around the world looking for where I think all the scions ended up after the cutscene. Estinian's and Rod's at Hanny's in the restaurant.
Nice.
The twins are in the train station in Garlemald because they said they were going back.
Yeah.
Shola's in Matoya's cave.
Where else, I suppose? I'd have to guess that Graha and Cryle are in the Baldessian base.
Yep, they probably are, so I will go there and talk to them next. It's good to see these things since... Well, that's it. We completed the mission.
Yep.
See what they're up to. It's like how for you and Chris, I forgot to mention it, so you missed that, the great detail of Alphina going back to finish the painting after Shadowbringers, but before 5.1.
That's cute.
Like, he goes back to Yulmore and is just like, well, I'm here now, I'm gonna make this painting for them, because it's nice.
What the warrior like gets up to is like finding more dungeons that bust big robots in, and then oh look, like a gateway to a land of all demons. Let's just go and dive in and murder back in the past.
Grahatian and Kryl are here and they're looking at the big map on the wall.
Planning antics.
No interesting commissions.
It's probably just my starting time of memory, as much as I wish it was. Just like Twitch is getting better and actually making quality options consistent. Most likely it's just, I only just noticed we're like 46 in this fucking roulette queue. Oh, well, never mind then, fuck. Why even live?
probably was not accurate. Here we're back in Smileton again.
Yep, here we go.
Now watch me do the first pull and disconnect again.
When I hear you drop on Discord as well, I know you're really committing to the bit. Light party is basically 4 players. So like that basically like 4 players. Light party stuff is like dungeons, like the early Realm Reborn trials, and then full party is like the full 8 players. Well, light just sounds better than half, I suppose. Really.
You know what? I thought about it a bit more.
Yep.
The squishiness of Sheltron is because its feedback feels similar to pressing Sentinel, or I mean Rampart. Sentinel. Rampart is a good defensive cooldown, but do you really feel Rampart?
No, not really. It just kind of phases on the yeah.
That's, I think, the best way to describe what Sheltron is as a move. Whereas
yeah.
Blackest Night has the pop.
It does, yeah, you hit it and then there's like a pause that layers over you and locks in, yeah. And it's like, oh yeah, that's the shield going on.
Bloodwedding has this.
Bloodwedding has burst into rock.
Yeah. You should have looked at my health bar though. I'll say, look at the health bar next time I do it, and you'll go, oh my.
Your health, I was gonna say your health bar makes me nervous, but then it doubles, so never mind. That's just warrior things.
Here's Bloodwedding.
Just spike back the food. And it just stays there. It's just staying there. It's not like they can't get it to go down.
That's why I said, if you're actually in a pull and you're hitting multiple, so it's registering multiple heals, it's a soft invincibility.
It really is. It's a soft home gang, really.
With only a 25-second cooldown.
That's what I think they see in cooldown is fucking Heart of Corundum too. Only it's a lot better.
I mean, Heart of Corundum has a pop too, though. You know.
It does, yeah. It feels good.
If you get they added the pop, which is if you get below the certain health, bang, it's a heal.
And even if you don't, it will eventually heal you as well. I don't think any of the guild tests are full party. I think they're all 4-player stuff.
Also, after a Realm Reborn, they don't make any more guild tests.
Yeah.
Guild tests were supposed to be the tutorial, but then they made the Hall of the Novice. Also, guild leaves were supposed to be the whole gameplay loop in 1.0. That's why they were even in the trailer. Also,
Yep.
when I was going to Ultima Thule, I was like, oh, that's why they re-uploaded the 1.0 trailer.
Yeah.
They were like, let's recreate them exploding, all the primals exploding forth. And I was like,
made
that's
us all
great.
think it was gonna be like, oh shit, what's at the bottom of the lake? And then it just kind of didn't answer that. That one kind of annoyed me, so kind of like, come on, though, you could have done something there, I feel like.
I think it was still technically Heidelin at the bottom of the lake, because you didn't land on top of it when you went. You had to like go somewhere from where you were in the whatever scope.
Yeah.
And that's where she first appeared, when she was Vana.
There were a few things, like, having reviewed back that it either, like, they very clearly changed at some point, probably kinda late in development, because they didn't adjust the Shadowbringers patches to account for it. And what I mean, mainly that's, like, Xenos' entire deal feels like it kinda just got dropped. It's like, they never actually... Yeah.
The reason he has the thing of the final days?
Yeah, that entire thing, just gone. See it?
That, I'm pretty sure, is just Emmett Selk put it there as like a joke. Or like a thing. But it is confirmed that Emmett Selk did that to him.
Or is that just like something they said, or?
I think that's in one of like the... It's in like some piece of side content. Not even a side story though, I don't think. Unless it's one of the most recent ones.
That feels like a cop-out. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm incredibly pleased with, like, the entire ending fight, for obvious reasons. Just have a little bit of Metal Gear Rising in your Final Fantasy XIV, don't mind. Like, yes please. But, still. It's nice having you like pull everything after the previous dungeon where like the guy just did everything single pulls. You angled that one that time. Fucking like bursting into a tornado, then springing over my head into the enemy. Such a gap over that.
Kevin, I think Warrior's a pretty good tank.
Warrior's a pretty good tank. Let's see. I like actually legitimately galled. Like I do not know how it keeps doing this. Like how the fuck haven't we sing like a fucking slaying ring this entire night?
Under construction, sorry.
Oh my god. We're not starting the raids tonight, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Evan.
I got my gear. I'm 565.
At least we know that means your math wasn't like the roundup part of the which was a wee bit of an unknown thing, is actually dead on. So.
Oh, I know they rounded up.
I did. Okay, good.
Yes, they round up from 5, like most mathematics.
My experience with such things is usually the rounding is out to get you, so it often isn't that nice to you. I'm glad they follow the actual rule. Happy Street. Like absolute chaos. Yeah, love it. The game 14 is just like you're pinging off all the buttons, like the screen is filling with explosions and shakes, and you're blasting lasers, and giant hordes of enemies are just being torn apart. It's like, ah, yes, this is the shit. This is what we live for. She only got 3 transformation states. Almost right, but then I touched the mine. Save me from myself. Thank you for saving me from myself, Evan. The healer is opted. Oh no, it's paralysis failed. Was like they opted not to use you know the beasts. Still have not captured raw emotions, no. It's an ongoing quest for personal development, that one. It took me a long time to acquire raw emotion. Never mind 15 of them. The 13 raw emotions of darkness versus the 7 of light. After using this, and you can.
Music.
The necklace. I got the Orchestrion.
Look at all these cool things you're getting!
I can't argue with that. I did get the fucking like Omicron minion guaranteed, basically, but like, fuck. This is after this one. I will have enough for the scythe. We would have been done before if the teals were kind, but yeah, taking this long because the teals were not kind.
Not my durability.
Yeah.
I should have enough time to get it.
Okay.
And it's not that bad if I don't.
So the check mine there. I have a mender in my house to solve it though.
Oh hey, there was a quest that I learned actually existed the other day.
What's that?
So in Stormblood stuff, when you finish Stormblood, and then Lolorito's like, let's open this, make them work in the salt mines.
Yeah.
That would be trade deal stuff. Did you ever do the quest line about them working in the salt mines or stuff?
No, actually, I didn't realize there was one.
There's a little quest there about that industry, I think, in Ralger's Reach. I found out that there's a single follow-up quest in the Rising Stones, or in the Seventh Heaven. The guy near the counter?
Yeah.
So do you remember the Alamegan refugee, I forget his name, in Pearl Lane, who was like, we were trying to recruit for the Crystal Braves, and he was like, hey, soldier man, working for the big pigs.
Yeah.
After the trade deal with Alamigo is made, Lolorito is like, hey, we gotta get these guys working. And that same guy is like, okay, we'll work for you if we get a union. And they get a union. So that quest is about Alamigan refugees getting a union.
Yo. God bless. I need to follow that one through. That's good shit.
And the job that he specifically gets is actually working at working for the Mirage Trust, which was holds all of Teleji Adeleji's assets.
Ah. Nifty.
And I was like, wow, this was here?
It's fun that some of like the little side stuff really does get like very specific in what it follows up on and closes out. One of like the really parts of the game I really like the most, I think, is just the attention to detail and going, let's have a little cheeky follow up on this detail that you can do.
This is the attention to detail video game.
It really is. It does a lot to make the world feel like extremely alive, even without you like going about doing stuff. It's also just very funny. You think of stuff like, you know, Ubisoft's first party games, like, we're not making any political statements with our highly political imagery or using that fucking Martin Niemöller poem about, you know, the first they came in our Watch Dogs trailers. No political imagery, and then Final Fantasy XIV is out here being pro-union, explicitly anti-colonialism, anti-imperialist.
They say, they form a union, but they don't really say the word what they say, basically, the guy is like, we want a seat at the table, and Lolorito is like, you want to bargain collectively?
Yeah, it's basically saying union without having, like, you know, the world history to use the word union, I guess, is the way it is.
Yeah, it doesn't have that, like, stuff.
But the meaning is there.
Alamegans, using their collective, making deal collectively as a people?
Good shit. Yep. I'm going for my rear positional, and I got punched in the face. It does fuck me up a bit when there's an Astrology 9. It's kind of just like, oh man, like, they're not using crown cards at all. I guess they must be really the programming. Oh yeah, they changed the use of the crown cards. You know, I just like a heal spell and like an extra gravity.
Aren't they more like the crown cards Urianger uses at the end of 5.55?
A bit, but like in terms of like down like exact potencies and all that, they're basically like an extra Helios, like an OCG OGCD, Helios,
That's a bad
and
side.
yeah, thank you. OGCD, Helios, and OGCD Gravity, basically.
That was pretty much the 75% of the arena, just because of where he was standing.
Yeah. Just to be fair, you know, matches his actual fight, the cheeky bastard. Ow. Probably not too much longer, just because, like, at this point we can't get really a good start on the raids. So it might just be, like, after I get this scythe. I don't know if I'll call after I get this scythe, and I'll just try for the ring myself tomorrow morning, or whenever I have time tomorrow, and we can try again. You know, when we're both mixed good. That could be tomorrow, that could be after.
You gotta get the ring.
Gotta get that fucking ring. If you're still game to go, I might like do another 2 runs or something after this, if that's alright. And then if you're not, then no harm.
Alright.
Yeah, dude, you're an hour ahead of me, man. So yeah. Good night. Thank you for sticking and chatting. Sleep well. Have a good one. Night.
This stream is a lesson in the importance of knowing what it is required for the raid.
Yeah.
No offense, but I was like, you were like, oh, I need this. Oops.
Yeah.
And now it's 4.5 hours.
I'm very sorry.
It's not a thing to be sorry about because I've played video games and had a fun time.
Yeah, but you know. My bad.
But it's just clowns of circumstance.
Yeah. I suppose it's like one of the few thus far undocumented parts of the 14 experience in this set of stream mods.
You did the one where you did like a 2 or so where you did like random nonsense.
Yeah. I think that was just like leveling ninja and doing other random shit, yeah.
But that's part of the game.
That's just part of the game.
It's what you do. And hanging out makes it even better.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna kill some guys.
I just realized we should probably inform Chris about what's needed if he wants to do the raids.
Look at it's bloodwetting.
it's invented no damage forever. It really is as a soft invuln, basically. Because we're in the post-game dungeon and they are struggling to like take your health away when that's up.
It's only an invuln in like pulls of trash mobs. That's probably why they liked it as is, because it's actually much weaker against single target bosses where it, you know, matters.
Yeah. Where all the real saucy content is.
Bending.
I'm being taunted. But 97 greed on that at least. Well, that's Gunbreakers and Dark Knight Sword. He's out of like fucking my range. Attack range. The fucker.
Magic Pixel.
Watch him as he goes. Yeah, it really is. You've nailed it.
I like trying to find the Magic Pixel when he does that. It's like a fun extra thing. That healer's gonna die.
Oh, they live.
They live.
Just about. Find a public group tomorrow morning and seeing if there's any lunatics up at the dead of night looking to do fucking like Zodiac EX. Probably still wouldn't get the ring.
You gotta get a good accessory.
I do. Somehow. Like, I can't deny, like, clone of circumstance completely. But also, fucking me, I have been destroyed by the RNG tonight. For all you weird half-finished Omega. How did that not count? And it's a bracelet. I think that one's always a bracelet.
I'm just ping-ponging.
Oh, that's dancer sorted.
Use your limit break.
I'm using it while transformed, even just for ultimate status, but no. Come on.
It's aiming.
It's aiming.
What if there's a bug?
Fuck. Oh. Okay, I can go get I can go get the scythe.
Get the side. It at least feels like a mild accomplishment if you do that.
Yeah. Clone a circumstance, but also fuck off. Go to hell. This is taking such piss.
Look at all those names.
I know. So many
This is why I have rando names turned off unless I click on them and then it shows them their name to me.
I like keeping it turned on just because the spectacle of it, you know?
It gets a bit in the way to me though.
Yeah. My 4-pronged scythe.
That's 563.
I mean, like, worst comes to worst. Tomorrow, I could just use, like, the roulette's rollover, do all of them as Reaper, and that will probably give me enough to get, like, the boots or something.
Yeah. But then it doesn't feel clean. Like, oh,
No.
now we just need armor to get.
It won't.
That's pretty much the reason, actually. I was like, now I want to get accessories and a weapon, and then it's just the armor is the
Yeah.
raid. That feels clean and crisp.
They don't add weapons to the Savage, don't they?
Yeah, they don't have, nope, no weapons till Savage.
Okay. I do want to run the Savage one to try, at least, you know, to get that fucking scythe, because that scythe does look good. Do you want to give one of them another chance?
It's up to you. I'm good with whatever.
Let's give this one more shot. Maybe two. We'll see if my spirit can take it.
Can it?
Maybe. Probably, yeah.
Lucy gave me a hat.
Hey. Is this like in the mail, or?
In the mail.
Oh.
I
You
couldn't
Yeah.
get it, though, because the thing popped.
Wow.
We're back again!
Back again.
Take my dreamscape! Get him.
Murder. Suppose really the missile is probably at its most annoying when it's picking the tank, because that means you have to move, which means the boss is going to fidget. I'll be picking DPS or healers for the best. Oh, finishing on the communio. No despair yet. There usually isn't the ring yet. It's when we get to the next boss and there's no ring that I start flipping my shit. To Communio.
Ring.
Okay, what we got? Cry.
Bracelet.
Oh, the healer wants it, alright. Damn. Bop. Bop. Actually, just realized what I should be doing when I'm at position 4. I should be like using the time to cast Soul Soul because it's on a timer whenever you're in combat, but instantly you're outside combat. Something to do when you're out of range. Okay, I was briefly in like the pixels on there. It's taunting me now. It's a bristle of slang. It knows.
Blood wedding.
It really is, like, I can see, like, fidget down a little bit, like you get down to, like, 60,000, and then just snaps back to, like, max, and it's like, Jesus. There's nothing they can do. Try as they might. Yeah, that one's usually a bracelet, so not too surprising. Oh no, that's the pro strat. Lining them up so my big AoE can hit both.
Uh-oh, that's a vulnerability for me. And a punch.
Oof.
I was in the middle. So I was not looking at the wall.
Of course not. Fuck me.
Is a bug.
That is a bug.
No slaying rings ever.
What I got tomorrow, and there'll just be like emergency patch notes, like added missing ring of slang. think I could fit one more in, but I could like feel the stray, like the sleep wearing on my eyes. If you know what I mean.
Yes.
So that's our final victory lap. Do you want to get your hat first? Or show me your hat. What's up? E. It does suit your guy, I must say.
At
Oh, whoops.
Oh, I didn't meet the requirement because it was probably item level requirement since I took my head off for a second.
Ah, that's funny. What hat is it, by the way?
The Expeditioner's cap.
Yeah. Nifty.
Lucy said it was from the airship.
Ah. I wonder if it's something chap they're like craft or something for one of her things. Or she just thought it was nice, but that's fun.
It is a 12,000 gil cap, apparently.
Damn. Alright. Yeah, at least we end on smooth jazz. I do
I
like
think it's
the
more like a lounge music, actually.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. I don't
It's
know
a bit
fucking
peppy.
music.
I like music. I'm not too sure myself. I just feel like it's a little more peppy than like smooth jazz. It's jazzy.
Hmm.
I like music a lot. I like this kind, and that kind, and all sorts of kinds.
Many kinds. A deep appreciation for the slight grunge Endwalker had going on. Yeah, I do like the way with how this camera sweeps around. You can still see your teammates actively running into doors or popping out of the ones ahead of you. Which is,
It is pretty good.
It's just nice.
They added a whole bunch of new features and technologies, like always.
It's one of the subtler ones, but it's very fun. That's what Sage's AoE is called, Sacred Soil. Their bubble, I mean.
This is Scholar.
Not yeah, scholar. Sorry, I mentioned scholars and forgot that I'm tired. They're basically the same thing. What do you think about
When you think about it, healers is healers.
it? This is their security system, and I have to ask fucking hard.
In a way.
I do love the fact that this one is called Off My Lawn, though.
That's pretty good. I went back in too quick.
A bit too eager. Usually not a ring on the first one, that's fine. Fuck they aggro, are they?
That's a bracelet of slaying. Because of course it is.
Of course it is. Fucking why would it be anything else? I hope he's going toward you. He's got surprises, this guy. No. Evan, I don't think there is such a thing as a ring of slaying.
That's what I'm saying!
I don't think it exists.
Under contraction, sorry. No ring of slaying, sorry.
The ring of slaying, sorry. Well, let's title of all that on YouTube. No ring of slaying, sorry.
That is a necklace of healing.
So why the fuck am I zooming so fast? Well, that's the Scholar like battle pillow. It's good
Yeah,
shit.
it's expedience. It's actually kind of fun when it happens, so maybe Scholar isn't that bad off if they got
Yeah.
running slightly fast.
Yeah. I could see being like in Devil Trigger under expedience being extremely funny.
Let's see. Bracelet of Healing. I'm also in the corner.
Probably not.
But that's
good.
fine, because I have the move called Bloodwetting. And when Bloodwetting is cooled down, I use Equilibrium.
It maintains the equilibrium as it turns out.
And then Bloodwetting comes back.
That's a wee bit awkward. Oh, not that it made any difference to you, like, but hey. The rest of us had moments of considering our approaches. You just stayed in the corner murdering.
Warrior, good.
Warrior
Good tanking. Tanking very well. I was too close to the mine.
I think it's ultimately fine though. Yeah.
Expedience.
Yeehaw.
It's also 20 seconds long.
That's great. It turns out this is very funny, actually.
That's why Scholar is S tier in Endwalker after everyone made fun of it.
Honestly, like, given this share amount of giant AoEs and stuff in, like, Zodiac and Heidel and alone and never mind the rest of it, Expedience really does justify the shit out of itself, honestly.
Yeah. Still, Scholar probably deserved a little bit better still, and
Yeah.
hopefully in the future does. But man, they got the
The last laugh.
they got Scooby-Doo running. And what more can you ask for than Scooby-Doo running? Put on the sound effect.
That video.
That's my best approximation of the sound. That's casting earring. What a
Okay.
terrible luck. What a clown of circumstance.
Oh my god. Why? Like, this is actually piss taking. I haven't seen the goddamn thing all night. What the fuck?
Have we seen an earring of slaying either? Like, just... Because I feel like we haven't seen an earring of slaying either.
I don't know. We probably might not have. I have a necklace of slaying. The last bracelet of slaying. And of course, I have. You know, we don't have the ring. I have the last ring of fending, aiming, and casting. So we didn't find one of fucking, like, healing. Or if we did, we can grab it. There hasn't been a single one of slaying.
Maiming. Not that one either, I guess.
No, no maiming either. Fuck me.
Well, I'm sorry to say, but you're only item level 563, so you cannot raid.
I cannot raid. Oh my lord, what happened? Where are the fucking rings of slime? I think it is gonna end up coming down to I just do my fucking roulettes tomorrow and get an order piece. The only
Not gonna look as good.
I know, but the alternative to like looking as good if this thing literally doesn't fucking spawn is like, hey, run Zodiac EX 5 times. Which, you know, at least guarantees one at the end of the journey, whereas this doesn't. Actually, I might have just enough tombstones now if the brutes are 210. Indulge my curiosity.
Yeah, but don't give in to temptation. You have to prove you're in too far. You need to prove a point.
It's not anyway. I would need another dungeon run to buy an armor piece.
You need to stick it out to prove that you have what it takes. It's a status symbol now.
We're gonna
This
meet up
one
tomorrow,
ring.
and I'm gonna have the Zodiac ring instead. Oh god. I think that's us for the night. I will release you from my suffering.
You don't actually have to do Zodiac 5 times. That's just for a guarantee.
Ah, okay. So theoretically, you could grab it in the loot.
He will drop, I think, some coffers.
Okay, okay.
Because everything is coffers now, except for tokens, because they're tokens.
Okay. But the coffers, like, is it like a coffer ring, or is it you just get like accessory set, or is it still luck of the draw on those?
It's still a bit of a luck of the draw on what coffer it is, though. But 5 is the guarantee because of the totems.
Okay, okay.
Totems, tokens, and coffers, and all this stuff. Have you touched Zodiac or Heidel in the EX yet?
No, I have looked at Zodiac EX and like, it doesn't look too much worse over regular. Because regular is already actually fucking involved. I haven't looked at Heidel in the EX, but from what like David said he looked at it and he said, "Oh Jesus fuck," that was his words on it. So that bodes well. Who knows, man? I might try my luck. If you see like an Endwalker EX1, like I don't know, the darkest moments or whatever the fuck. There you go. I mean, how you might actually.
No Ring of Slaying.
I would almost jokingly suggest we do it now, but I'm too tired to make that happen. Like, I can feel it on my eyeballs.
No Ring of Slaying, sorry.
No Ring of Slaying, sorry. Oh.
But the good nighttime music just kicked in.
Oh well, at least there's that. Can you get time music for the Orchestrions?
Yes, you can.
Should have a nosy and see if I can get that.
Hang on, let me see.
Yeah, speaking of, I should use that Carrots of Happiness. There we go. I mean, I suppose there is one good thing of that, is that there's a fair whack of materia out of that shit. Like the 9 and 10 tier.
If Endwalker is structured similarly to Shadowbringers, you have to complete all of your shared fates board for every Endwalker zone. It will unlock the Dremstone's Trader at Rads at Hand, who will have the Orchestrion rolls for the city themes. Okay, okay.
Okay. Fuck? Why? Why
Do
are,
fates!
why are those so involved?
Idleshire was just like a regular merchant, I'm pretty sure. I know Mordona was. You just talk it to the counter, and she's like, "You want this theme music from this city, this little town we're in, Mordona?" It's like, "Yes." That'll be 300 gil.
Jesus. Huh. Yeah, that'll do us. Thank you, Evan, for playing and having the good fun. It's good to have it again after we've been absent for Endwalker.
Yes, everyone went their ways so they could absorb the content, but now it's time for the content.
It's not time for shenanigans.
Getting points.
Getting points if Rings of Slaying existed.
Getting numbers. I still think this coat actually does look a lot better in purple.
It does look quite nice, yeah.
I feel like it seemed odd at first when I changed it from all black to this. I was like, does it really fit? I'm not sure. And then I let it sit for a little while just because it was like I was so used to the other one. I was like, no, I think this is pretty good.
You're right about it. It does distinguish it nicely from Dark Knight. It does suit. Like, it does suit your guy's hair color and everything, too.
Yes. I got the bluish hair, but I'm like, I need like a dark purple.
Yeah.
That would be good for this coat.
I'm just going to end the stream and stuff now. Bye, stream.
What's that? It's a Ring of Slaying over there.